Good evening, everybody. It is Thursday, October 17th. It's 6:03 p.m. This is budget hearing number 5 for the City Council consideration of the proposed 2025 City of Binghamton budget. City Council is meeting as a committee of the whole with myself, Robert Kavanaugh, as the Finance Chair chairing the meeting. Would everyone please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance?
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Is it 6? All right. I'm sorry. Let me amend that. It's meeting 6, and I've usually gone over the what we're dealing with. So tonight we're doing parking, library, IT, and then summary, miscellaneous, and interfund pages that the comptroller will handle. And then hopefully we will get to anything we have left open. So to start with, I'd like to open pages 136 to 150 and 231 and 232 and bring down our representative from Laz Parking. And the first thing he can do is clarify for me if it's Laz Parking, Lays Parking, LAZ Parking. And please introduce yourself. Thank you.
Do we want a roll call, Mr. Chairman?
Please.
Would the clerk take the roll, please?
Councilmember Porter,
Present.
Councilmember Middleton,
Present.
Council President Matavetsky. Present. Councilmember Dundon is absent. Councilmember Costi,
Present.
Councilmember Hotchkiss.
Present.
Chair Kavanaugh.
Present.
Thank you.
My other piece.
Welcome.
Oh, no, I didn't.
Pablo Escamilla,
Hi.
Laz Parking. I think you're right on the first.
Laz Parking.
Yeah,
All right,
yeah.
I got it right in the first try. Okay, so you're the contracted parking facilitator for the city. Would you like to walk us through the kind of what your company does and then go through the parking fund summary and budget for
Okay.
us?
Yeah, we manage the parking garages for the city of Binghamton. We manage the parking garages for the city of Binghamton. Employees, expenses, that kind of thing. Yeah, let me get right into it. As you'll see in the proposed budget for 2025, we proposed edits to the rate structure, which is just to update and simplify the rate structure. Everything's pretty much staying the same. And then you will see new line item estimates to operate the new Water Street garage that's coming online, as well as estimates for accounting for increases in other expenses like credit card fees, payroll that's coming up next year. And then you'll also see that we are estimating a positive financial outlook for 2025. Most of that with Water Street coming online, also new housing developments coming online, as well as our marketing efforts that we're going to implement in 2025, improved signage, things of that nature, and also leveraging some new technology in the garage and also in one of our lots. So that's pretty much a bit my summary. We're just trying to maximize the efforts. I'll leave it open to any questions. I can. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So for the line item estimates that are the new line item estimates that are there for electricity, insurance. Yep. Oh, sure.
Before, I believe.
Yeah. No, I understand.
When we address the fee schedule changes, those will update those summary pages at the beginning.
Right. So we have. Do you want to start with it? Yeah, we can start with fee schedule, I guess.
Okay,
So we have, I believe, published in the budget, the current fee schedule, and now we have these proposed changes.
Correct.
Yes.
So. Yeah, but are these?
So for page 137,
Yeah, Chuck, why don't you guys go through like the page number and the line you want to change
Okay.
at per parking garage? That might be the easiest to summarize.
Sure.
Yeah, but we're gonna have to do it in. We're gonna have to change it in. On the fee page, well. Right, but the exists back in the fee schedule where they're really.
These are just summary pages, right? Because it flows from the fee schedule that they have to approve, or do they have to approve these pages as well?
I mean, I feel like the official thing is the fee pages, is the fee schedule pages. And these are, I mean, more or less informational, but wherever we can discuss it wherever you want, I guess. Do you want to discuss it now?
Let's
All right,
start with that.
Let's
then.
do it. Let's start with, all right, so the parking fee change, everyone has in their packet on the back of the first page, parking fee changes.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah, so we're really just looking to simplify it. Instead of marking out each individual fee for all the hours, we just simply want to simplify it by saying first hour, $2, and then $1 for every hour after that. And then get rid of all the other line items to make it less confusing.
so there's not a change per se, just a change in nomenclature.
Yes. It more matches the signage that they have on all our ramps as well.
Okay, and then, so that's for the normal days and normal hours, but then there's also some changes you want to make on the evenings, weekends, and how we do parking for the council meetings, essentially.
Yeah, so there's not much change in the Collier Street parking lot except for the free parking hours that we were looking to suggest. So we're looking to suggest to open that up for us to charge for parking for those hours, and then validate any city business that might have to use the lot.
So how would that happen? So Collier Street still only has an attendant, correct? So you're trying to keep an attendant on till 7 o'clock at night?
No, we're not. So we actually are implementing what we call a scan to pay. It's like a scanning QR code
Okay,
that parkers can use to pay on their phones. So it's something that we don't need to have an attendant there and still receive payment.
so this is a new app you'd have to get on your phone.
It's appless actually. Yeah, so it's pretty neat on its own.
Is the juice worth the squeeze here for?
It's minimal expense. We're talking about a few signs.
No, I'm talking about the revenue versus the annoyance for people. Because it will only be Collier Street lot and it will only be after 5 o'clock essentially.
Right. Mhm. So
So-
we'll just be targeting late night parkers, visiting restaurants and things of that nature.
But you're also getting rid of the late night fee at other garages.
Yes, that's for the Water Street garage. It's mostly due for the technology that we have in there for the gate system and for the validation of Boscov's. They conflict. So Boscov's validations is only based on hours. So through validating 3 hours of parking for all their customers. And the late night fee would inhibit that because that is based on a monetary value.
It's a programming issue with their system.
I know, but so how much revenue are we sacrificing there?
To do it, not much actually. We're gaining a little bit.
I don't see how, explain that, yeah.
Yeah.
If you're getting rid of late night parkers at $5 a car and replacing them with some of the people that use Boscov's free, how are we gaining money?
Because what we can charge for the hours of the parking, instead of paying $5 for parking for the entire night, we're just really just going back to the rate structure of per hour payment.
But it's still free after 6.
Right. So after 6 till the next day,
Yeah,
that's running my math, like 6 hours, 12 hours. So instead of charging $5 for 12 hours, we would be charging the time of 12 hours at $1 every hour. For example.
oh, I'm sorry. So
Yeah.
to clarify your change of hours, you mean to run continuously from 6 a.m. Monday to 6 p.m. Saturday? You want to run parking garage hours?
Yeah.
Straight through?
Yeah. Yep.
Anyone have any reaction or wait, I don't.
I mean, I presume this is done in coordination with economic development and there's been thought put into how this is gonna impact downtown revenue. I mean, I'm not at the stage of life where I'm going late nights downtown, but when I did, part of what made that easy to do was the low flat fee
Right.
downtown parking.
No, I understand. And also,
So
yeah, no, I understand. And also I forgot to mention that this late night fee was back when back in the old Water Street garage, to where we didn't have a gate system to be able to manage it. So now with the gate system, we are able to manage parkers more efficiently. And therefore we don't need to have a $5 fee when it's unmanned.
Okay. So that addresses Holly Street, State Street, the new Water Street. And then,
And I
what,
didn't
sorry.
hear a plan for who's actually doing the validating. Does that mean like our clerk who's seeing
That's my
who's
next
coming
one.
into the coming into the meetings or
It could be
the
anyone.
security guard at the front? Like
Yeah, it
who-
could be anyone that you designate, really.
So what does that process look like?
Basically a code that they would just put in.
So, but again, everyone coming to the meeting has to have this app on their phone. I'm
It
I'm
would
not
be-
loving that.
It wouldn't be an app, so it's all web-based, so it's basically a website where they would just put in their vehicle identification number. And then from there, select the time that they're looking to park, and then you would put in a coupon code that would be the validation to make it free.
I mean, yeah, sure.
Sorry,
Yeah,
we're
go
just
for it.
having-
You go for it.
we're just having a discussion, but like, what if the phone is dead or what if they don't have?
Yeah,
access?
that's where a representative at city council would help, right? So someone at the front desk, it could be one of the police officers checking everybody in.
I
Could
also
be able to do that.
think there's a free parking mandate in the city charter for coming in
I know.
city business. It's literally in there, I think. Yeah, what? Yeah. What?
I don't.
I can't speak to all of the potential validation, but I think that right now within the charter, Sophie, Corporation Council could speak to this probably a little better. There's only parking validation offered by the mayor's office, correct? Looks like Megan is nodding yes.
Is this coupon just for that one? Is it just for this one moment that you do it, or is this every time that this person gets on the app that is?
Every time this person would park, it would be validated.
So is Collier moving to unstaffed? It will just be this app or the validation system or?
Well, no, it would just be for the off hours that we don't have an attendant available.
The attendant there is lovely. So I'm
She
glad to
is.
hear.
Kathy?
Yeah.
Yeah. She is.
So during the day, people coming in to get validation at City Hall, it's still a stamp or something?
Right.
I mean,
Yeah, I guess
I don't-
going back
I
to
don't-
the numbers of it, like how many people are parking during council meetings on Monday and Wednesdays? Is this a substantial amount of people parking there?
I mean, we don't see it to be a large game changer. It's really just to recoup as much as we could out of the lot. Again, I don't know how many people park there when they come to city council. At night, we don't have someone there to keep count. We could do that. But the expense to do it is very minimal, and that's the only reason we're suggesting.
I'm not worried about the
Yeah.
expense on your end and setting it up. I'm worried how annoying it is for people trying to come to
Right.
a council meeting.
I can already hear my dad in my head complaining about using technology to try to park. That's yeah, what I'm trying to.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm just remembering the crowd from our noise ordinance, our noise, for Abel's Pub, right? With the types of, we get all sorts of different crowds that come in for different reasons that.
That might be a barrier. That might be a barrier for people to come in. So.
Okay, moving on from this for a minute, what's our overall parking ramp, like utilization rate and sell rate and daily parkers versus monthly parkers? That sort of situation. And then how are we seeing the Water Street ramp impacting our overall? I mean, we're about to do a downtown parking study, I think, but
I mean, we have a healthy ratio right now with all three locations. We're averaging around 91% sell rate. So that is how many subscription accounts we have sold versus how many spaces we have. That's about 91%, which is a pretty good rate of return there.
All right. Is that down though from a year or two ago? I'm trying to remember, there was discussion of being over 100%.
I mean, some of the lots we are. So for Holly Street, we're about 106. And then for State Street, we're about 82. And then Collier Street, we're always maxing out there.
I remember Councilwoman Friedman asking about these going over 100% and what that meant, and I cannot remember what the answer was. Can you, sorry, rehash that
no.
same discussion? that
Yeah,
you
it's
had with
about,
her?
yeah. So it's about having like the Parker mix. So we have subscription accounts that are businesses. We have subscription accounts that are students, and they pass in the night. So, businesses, employees leave, students come in and park. Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
So there's still more availability to sell. And do you know which side of those equations you have more for the business side or for the student side?
We are seeing the student
guess
side
that's, yeah.
increase more.
Okay.
Yep.
Because so in other discussions, we hired a second parking meter attendant. There we go.
Right.
And hopefully this will encourage people to purchase parking ramp spots rather than continue to accumulate tickets.
Right. Yeah, we
And
hope
you
so
would,
too.
you have the bandwidth to handle more daytime business spots.
Yeah, we will, especially with the Water Street ramp opening up.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna see some attrition and move some people over there.
Great.
Yep.
Thank you.
How are we looking on maintenance and care and feeding of our new and aging ramps?
Well, we do have slight increases on that, and it's all in the line items. Obviously, State Street is our older garage, needs more love and care, especially in the winters, to make sure we take care of any slip and falls or anything like that. So, but aside from that, Holly Street's doing very well. Collier Street, we're able to keep up with everything and all the winters.
And are your revenue projections? I mean, hopefully we'll start collecting from Water Street before the end of this year, actually, correct? Is that?
Yeah, that's the estimate. Yeah.
So, my other question was just kind of breaking down the payment and hosting portion, I guess, and those are rather large bills. So like what is network hosting is $27,000 a year. Page 145.
Mhm.
Is that hosting for parking kiosk software or what networks? What are we doing?
The transactions, all of that information, so that needs to be hosted. It's all in the cloud these days.
It's
So-
a contracted service with a company.
That's doing the credit, that's credit card processing and what have you? Or
For the
not?
gates.
For the gate.
gates.
For the gates. Mhm.
And do we have one, do we have one company that has put in all of, that it has manufactured all those machines and is hosted by all the same company, or?
So we have two companies now. Right now for the new garage is going to be Flash is going to be the vendor. And then Burr National is the other vendor for the other three garages.
Okay. Hmm. And I see. So, but there's separate lines for a Burr National contract and a Flash Cloud Service contract. It's separate from just the hosting.
Yep. From my understanding, yeah, that is their service contract to come in and maintenance the machines.
Okay.
Yep.
There's also a separate maintenance on gate system. Oh, maybe that's the physical gate system versus the parking kiosks.
Yes,
Okay.
that covers broken gates and things like that.
Okay. And then Chuck is kind of a general question for you. How are we looking on the financing portion and our pay downs of bonds and converting bands to bonds and all that fun stuff?
Or just, you're speaking just for the
Just
ramps?
parking ramps,
Or
yes.
just for the Water Street?
Well, we're still paying on Hawley, right? And
Oh, yes,
Yeah.
I don't have my schedule with me,
Okay.
but yes, we've already went long-term on that one. So it's still, it's in our serial bond schedule.
revenue projections are healthy enough
For Holly,
for Hawley.
I think Holly's doing very well, actually.
Yeah.
Because that's pretty full most of the time.
And are you happy with Laz parking?
Am I happy? Yeah,
Yes, as
I've
our
never
parking
had a
contractor.
problem with them in the 10 years I've been here.
Okay,
Putting me on the spot there.
I am.
I'm not crossing my fingers at all.
I mean, just for the sake of argument, when's the last time we put out our parking management for an RFP or? You're lovely, Pablo. I'm
I was
just
gonna
asking.
say, yeah, that's put me on the spot. No, I do not know that. But I can certainly find out with Bernice, you know.
My question is, do we have, the parking tickets and subscriptions, do they cover the bonds, like completely? Is it like or do we come out more to cover
Do we subsidize parking or is it actually generate any sort of revenue?
Well, in the past, the general fund has subsidized the ramps fund because the ramps has had issues in the past due to debt service. And also COVID was a big hit. We closed down the ramps early. And we basically lost a couple of years there. But all in all, the ramp should be self-sufficient even with the bonding, but it's just not right now. That's why rates need to be increased.
Do we, like, in terms of the advertising and getting people to purchase spaces and have those accounts, do we like proactively advertise that when people are getting tickets and say, hey, you've got a ticket, or provide some sort of a discount to say, hey, if you, and not just pay the ticket quickly, but actually sign up for a spot in the thing, we'll take the fee off of your I don't know. I'm just trying to think, like, we want to encourage people to use the parking garages.
Yeah, so currently we don't have any sort of discount set up in the rate structure. We could, I think that's more of a bigger question. But
I just want to
currently
push
right now-
serial
yeah,
offenders into doing the right thing and
currently right now,
try and help hold their hand as we bring them
Yeah.
to the light.
yeah. So right now we don't, we are implementing marketing campaigns. We're doing email campaigns. We have about 3,000 emails we can email to.
But from the city's perspective, when they're coming in and paying their tickets, we're not saying, hey, by the way, for X number of dollars, you could have your very own spot
Well,
in the parking ramp.
we do get to know the parkers that get tickets and we do advise them, it might be easier for you to get a monthly
It's
pass.
totally different from when you're talking about on-street parking and you're talking
Oh.
about ramps parking.
Yeah.
Those are totally two different subjects because on-street parkers are basically your your daily people that come downtown to work, do some business. The ramps parking tickets are mainly your people who stay overnight and are the late night partiers that come from other towns, which is nice.
Yeah.
But it's hard to collect.
I'm sorry, I thought you.
No,
were-
I'm
I thought you were
talking
meaning,
about
like,
the on,
parking tickets.
yeah, I'm
Yeah.
talking about people who are receiving on-street parking tickets for
Right,
overstaying
fines.
the
Yeah.
meters
Right.
and trying to actively, when they come in to pay those tickets, remind them that for, I don't, let me look up the price of it, they could have a legal spot that they can park in all day instead of illegally parking.
Sorry, yeah, I was
Yeah, we-
thinking for the ramps and
we-
we
I
were
mean, we
thinking
can-
daily tickets that they pulled, not like fines or tickets like that nature.
Okay, I know what you're talking about now, but yeah, I mean, we could obviously have something in the treasurer's office that says, hey, you know, you want to park in the garage? Here you go. Save you some money.
So Chuck, if we go to 136, the fund summary. So CP 88-4A, the reserve for debt, is that what is actually the general fund supporting the ramp fund?
No, those are the premium on obligations that we received from the bond and the ban from last year.
Okay,
Um,
so if,
and we can only use that when we get those premiums.
all right, so what is the amount the general fund is helping the parking ramps this coming?
It's not.
It's not,
We did not fund it
okay,
this year.
so we are,
We're hoping that with a fully functioning Water Street Water Street garage, that we can
break
hopefully
even at least?
break even, yes. Mhm.
And in fact, you're transferring 10,000 to the capital fund. Is that a specific ramp capital fund
That's for the physical agent fees that we pay out of the capital fund for the bonding.
for bond,
That's
for the ramp?
that's the ramps portion
Portion
of
of
the
it.
bond.
Okay. Makes sense. All right, I just am not sure how, we need to adjust the fee schedule to actually make these fee changes, I think. I don't know if we want to do that right now or not. Or wait till when we do fees later in the meeting. But you want to do it? All right,
I missed it myself. Oh, gotcha.
all right, so we're gonna open. That's planning. I had it.
31?
There we go.
Mm.
All right, so we're gonna open the parking ramp fee schedule on page 231, the parking ramp fee schedule on page 232. So we already had looks like a monthly permit increase built into the budget
I'm
from
sorry. could you-
95 to 105.
Right.
So that's not in on this parking fee change schedule.
That was already
Yeah, it was already baked in.
that was,
right?
yeah, we knew we were doing that at the beginning. Yes.
Okay, so. All the ramps are going to be the same.
That's our goal, yeah. Minus Collier Street. That one's just because we have an attendant there. It'll be different. And at nighttime, right?
We'll have to pay them.
If you approve the Collier changes, yes.
Yeah, I am like kind of worried about that for city council purposes. I think people will be reluctant to come to meetings. Like we already have a disability barrier where a lot of people don't really have access because they're disabled. So to me, like I worry about people attending because they have to pay to park their car. So that's just my thoughts on that.
Right, no, and that's valid. I mean, even when you're mentioning the nuisance of validating, right, which would make it free for them, but
Are you trying to keep a special event fee of $5?
Yes.
Okay. All right, let's try this. Maybe. I'd like to motion to remove from the fee schedule parking ramps on pages 231 and 232. All current lines. What do you think? We can get rid of like a page and a half.
Do the lines impact the way we do record keeping, like, or like our ability to get information out, or does it matter? I think sounds like you're gearing up to propose that we just have parking ramp, since they're gonna be the
Yeah,
same except for the one lot, to consolidate those other three into one
Yeah.
section of fees. But I just want to make sure that that wouldn't impact the way we track the fee,
No, we can still pull reports based on time.
okay, and by lot
And
anyway,
by-
so.
yeah, and by-
So it wouldn't have any real world implication to, other than making it easier to manage looking at the budget.
okay, so I'd like to amend the fee schedule to remove all of the current lines. What? Okay, all right, fine.
We can always split them back up again in the future.
Wow, I'm trying to figure out why we would have to, whatever. All right, we can leave it this way then, all right. So. All right. So, we would amend parking ramps, 7 Holly Street parking ramps, hourly rate from, 2 hours or less, 6 AM Monday to 6 AM Sunday, to read, each additional hour, 6 AM Monday to 6 AM Sunday. Does that work? So the first one would be 1 hour less, the second run will read each additional hour.
So you're doing what, Holly, state?
So I'll do Holly, then
And-
we'll do the same thing for state,
Water,
and then,
amending the lines 2 hours or less,
And
to
then-
8 hours or less to reflect $1 an hour.
right, so we're gonna amend the second line to read like second hour, or just each additional hour, and then we'll remove the 3 to 8 hours.
For Holly.
And then we'll do it for
Okay.
state. Yeah,
You probably, if you're doing the same thing for all three of them, you could do it at once,
I can group it? Okay, thank you. All right. So,
except for Collier.
except for
correct?
Collier. All right, so motion to amend the parking ramps, 7 Hawley Street parking ramp hourly rate from 2 hours or less, 6 AM Monday to 6 AM Sunday, to read each additional hour, 6 AM Monday to 6 AM Sunday, be $1 instead of $3. And then do the same to the State Street parking ramp hourly rate, 2 hours or less line, change it to read each additional hour. Is something wrong, Rachel? We're gonna leave that one.
And they're different hours per park. So just when you go to state, it would be 7.
We're doing 6 AM to 6. 6 a.m. Monday, 6 p.m.
Mhm.
6 a.m. Monday, it's 6 p.m. Saturday. Are we keeping Water Street? No. Which Saturday hours do we want? Do we want 6 a.m. Sunday or 6 p.m. Saturday overall? Are we trying to rationalize between all the ramps?
I think, yeah, I think we want 6 a.m. Sunday, because that way, I mean, Sundays are free, so
For all the ramps?
for all the ramps. For Holly, State and
So
Water.
we don't get Saturday night free anymore, so that, okay. So they will be the same hours for each ramp except Collier maybe.
Right.
We're keeping Collier 6 p.m. Saturday? Or not?
Yeah, I mean, that's what we're proposing.
All right, so 6 a.m. Sunday is going to be Hawley, State and Water. Okay, so continuing this amendment. So for State Street parking ramp, State Street parking ramp hourly rate, 2 hours or less, we'll change to each additional hour, 7 a.m. I'm sorry, no, 6 a.m. Monday to 6 a.m. Sunday. Correct? And then on page 232 for Water Street, we will change the 2 hours or less line to be each additional hour, 6 a.m. Monday to 6 a.m. Sunday.
Yep.
And for the Water Street parking ramp, oh no, we just did Water. I just said Water Street. So that covers Hawley, State, and Water. And then Collier is going to be different. So we'll wait to do that. Okay, so First Amendment,
Well,
change, what,
You may just want to do them by parking garage because you're changing the times for the other garage.
yeah, okay,
So maybe just start with Holly changing the dollar an hour
Yep.
and then
all right. Starting again, I'd like to make a motion to change parking ramps. 7 Holly Street parking ramp hourly rate. The line that currently reads 2 hours or less, 6 a.m. Monday to 6 a.m. Sunday, to each additional hour, 6 a.m. Monday to 6 a.m. Sunday.
I'll second.
And that will be an added fee of $1 each hour. Motion by myself, seconded by Councilwoman Middleton. Any discussion on the motion? Would the clerk call the roll?
Councilmember Porter,
All right.
Councilmember Middleton. Aye. Council President Matavetsky.
Aye.
Councilmember Dunn is absent. Councilmember Costi.
No.
Councilmember Hotchkiss.
Aye.
Finance Chair Kavanaugh.
Aye,
Thank you. That's 5-1.
thank you. I would next like to motion to remove the Hawley Street parking ramp hourly rate lines, 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours, 7 hours, and 8 hours.
Second.
Motion by me, seconded by Councilman Hotchkiss. Any discussion on the motion? Would the clerk call the roll?
Councilmember Porter,
All right.
Councilmember Middleton, Council President Matavetsky.
Aye.
Councilmember Dundon is absent. Councilmember Costi.
No.
Councilmember Hotchkiss.
Aye.
Finance Chair Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Thank you. That's 5-1.
Okay. Next, moving on to the State Street parking ramp, I would like to amend the line that currently says State Street parking ramp hourly rate, 2 hours or less, to read each additional hour, 6 a.m. Monday to 6 a.m. Sunday, and the rate will be $1.
Second.
Second, motion by me, seconded by Councilman Hotchkiss. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, would the clerk call the roll?
Councilmember Porter,
All right.
Councilmember Middleton, Council President Matavetsky.
Aye.
Councilmember Dundon is absent. Councilmember Costi.
No.
Councilmember Hotchkiss.
Aye.
Finance Chair Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Thank you. That's 5-1.
Next, I'd like to motion to remove the lines, State Street parking ramp hourly rates, 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours, 7 hours, and 8 hours.
Second.
Second, motion by me, second by Councilman Hotchkiss. Any discussion on the motion?
If Councilman Costi wants to share more of his thoughts, I would be interested.
I think parking's fine just the way it is. I don't see a need to change anything, so.
Thank you for that discussion. Will the clerk call the roll?
Councilmember Porter.
This is for State Street.
Yeah.
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton, Council President Matavetsky.
Aye.
Councilmember Dunn is absent. Councilmember Costi.
No.
Councilmember Hotchkiss.
Aye.
Finance Chair Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Thank you. That is 5-1.
Okay, moving to page 232. I'd like to motion to change the Water Street parking ramp hourly rate from 2 hours or less, 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday, to each additional hour, 6 a.m. Monday to 6 a.m. Sunday, with a rate of $1 per hour.
Second.
Motion by me, second by Councilman Hotchkiss. Any discussion on the motion? You don't feel differently about this ramp, Councilman Hotchkiss, Councilman Costi?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Will the clerk call the roll?
Councilmember Porter.
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton, Council President Matavetsky.
Aye.
Councilmember Dunn is absent. Councilmember Costi.
No.
Councilmember Hotchkiss.
Aye.
Finance Chair Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Thank you. That is 5-1.
Next, I'd like to motion to remove the lines Water Street parking ramp hourly rate, 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours, 7 hours, and 8 hours, all of those lines.
Second.
Motion by me, second by Councilman Hotchkiss. Any discussion? Will the clerk call the roll?
Councilmember Porter.
Aye.
Councilmember
Aye.
Middleton, Council President Matavetsky.
Aye.
Councilmember Dunn is absent. Councilmember Costi.
No.
Councilmember Hotchkiss.
Aye.
Finance Chair Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Thank you. That's 5-1.
All right.
Gotta do the days of the week changes for the 1 hour or less.
Good catch. Okay. So I'd like to motion for the Water Street parking ramp hourly rate, 1 hour or less, which currently reads 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday, to be changed to 6 a.m. Monday to 6 a.m. Sunday.
I'll second.
Motion by me, second by Councilman Middleton. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, will the clerk call the roll?
Councilmember Porter.
Aye.
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton, Council President Matavetsky.
Aye.
Councilmember Dunn is absent. Councilmember Costi.
No.
Councilmember Hotchkiss.
Aye.
Finance Chair Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Thank you. It's 5-1.
Okay, next. Yep, that's got the old ones. Okay, so same thing we need to do for State Street. So going back to page 231. Change, I would motion to amend the line State Street parking ramp hourly rate, 1 hour or less, 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday, to read set 1 hour or less, 6 a.m. Monday to 6 a.m. Sunday.
I'll second.
Motion by me, second by Councilman Middleton. Will, any discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk call the roll?
Councilmember Porter.
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton, Council President Matavetsky.
Aye.
Councilmember Dunn is absent. Councilmember Costi.
No.
Councilmember Hotchkiss.
Aye.
Finance Chair Kavanaugh.
Aye.
It's 5-1.
Okay, now I have a question. So Water Street parking ramp monthly rate is still at 95. It wasn't adjusted up to 105. Is that an omission? Or are we trying to give people a deal on our brand new fancy ramp?
It should be per 105. Sorry. apologies on that.
So having said that, I'd like to make a motion to change the line on page 232 that reads Water Street parking ramp monthly rate, regular monthly permit from $95 to $105.
I'll second.
Motion by me, second by Councilman Middleton. Any discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk call a roll?
Councilmember Porter.
Aye.
Councilmember
Aye.
Middleton, Council President Matavetsky.
Aye.
Councilmember Dunn is absent. Councilmember Costi.
No.
Councilmember Hotchkiss.
Aye.
Finance Chair Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Thank you. That's 5-1.
Okay. Next, on page 232, I would like to amend the Water Street parking ramps late night rate and to remove it. Remove that line.
Second.
Motion by me, second by Councilman Hotchkiss. Any discussion on the motion? Will the clerk call the roll?
Councilmember Porter.
Aye.
Councilmember
Aye.
Middleton, Council President Matavetsky.
Aye.
Councilmember Dunn is absent. Councilmember Costi.
No.
Councilmember Hotchkiss.
Aye.
Finance Chair Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Thank you. That's 5-1.
Okay, now the tricky one. Okay, I would like to amend on page 232, the line says Collier Street surface lot hourly rate from 1 hour or less, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Friday, to 1 hour or less, 6 a.m. Monday to 6 p.m. Saturday. Is that correct?
For Collier, we're fine with the hours staying the same because we have a manned person in attendant there.
So you don't want to change these hours?
Not the hours for Collier, no.
All right, that was in
Apologies.
the, it was in the,
In the packet.
in the
Oh,
pack.
it was in the packet.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yes.
But you don't have an attendant there at 6 a.m., so it's not useful to you.
Right.
Okay, so we will not change these hours. And I'm honestly personally all right with leaving our Monday, Wednesday. I'm not gonna make, anyway, I'm not gonna make the motion to change the free parking on Monday and Wednesday.
Yeah, I would, I'm not gonna either, and if someone did, I would vote no, so.
I'll say that if someone wants to investigate it, then we can look at it later to see if it's even really being used substantially by people who, to the point of making it a real financial issue to do it. I need more of a case.
It's fair.
Hadassah wants the data. I can-
Work on that too, so.
So, and then, so we wouldn't need it, so we're not changing anything for Collier then.
Okay.
Correct?
Other than the monthly Parker fee.
Right, that's in there, okay. But we can still change the language for each additional hour. We'll just not change, okay. So I would like to amend on page 232, Collier Street surface lot hourly rate from reading 2 hours or less to each additional hour, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Friday. And the rate will be $1 per hour. Motion by me,
Second.
second by Councilman Hotchkiss. Any discussion?
You're changing
Just
from
the hourly.
just the hourly rate from $2 to $1, right? Am I correct?
Yeah, we're getting rid of we're just changing it to each additional hour after 1 hour is another $1. So we don't have to have this 2 hours or less, 3 hours or less, 4 hours or less language. We did the same with the other
It's
ones.
just truncating the budget. It's not changing the cost.
Correct.
Isn't it? Wait a minute. You mean,
It's currently, after that first hour, it's currently $1 an hour.
so yes.
It's just spelling it out for each of the instances rather than just generalizing to $1 an hour up to the max fee, which we have a max fee line of $20 a day. So it doesn't actually change the cost. So this is saying that if I'm there, right now it says if I'm there for 2 hours or less, I have my $2 fee for being there for 1 hour or less and an additional $1. So my total payment is $3.
Dollars, right?
So, and then if we're there for 3 hours or less, so then I have my $2 initial fee and then 2 additional hours, so that's my $4. So instead, this would just be calculating that yourself rather than having a table presented. Taking up
the-
lots of lines.
Right, the signage at all the ramps say what we're introducing right now.
Uh. I'm going. I'm gonna go, I'll go aye.
There was discussion. All right.
Oh, that was just a
We were discussing. So yes, will the clerk call the roll? Okay.
Councilmember Porter,
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton, Council President Matavetsky.
Aye.
Councilmember Dunn is absent, Councilmember Costi.
No,
Councilmember Hotchkiss.
Aye.
Finance Chair Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Thank you. That's 5-1.
Okay, so just to make things tidy, the Ticket Max, going back to page 231, The ticket max per day for State Street ramp still reads.
Actually remove the other lines.
Oh,
I-
no, we
I
can
s-
remove
I
those.
zoned
Thank
out.
you.
I'm not sure if
Yeah, yeah.
we did. or-
So we need to remove, all right, staying on page 232. We need to remove the line, I motion to remove lines. Collier Street service lot hourly rate, 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours, 7 hours, and 8 hours.
Second.
Motion by me, seconded by Councilman Hotchkiss. Any discussion? Will the clerk call the roll?
Councilmember Porter,
Aye.
Councilmember
Aye.
Middleton, Council President Matavetsky.
Aye.
Councilmember Dunn is absent. Councilmember Costi.
No,
Councilmember Hotchkiss.
Aye.
Finance Chair Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Thank you. That is 5-1.
Okay, so just to, again, going back to make this tidy, we need to change the ticket max per day. I mean, we can just take out, well, whatever, we'll just change it. Say, the line State Street parking ramp hourly rate, ticket max per day, 6 AM Monday to 6 AM Sunday, changing it from the current, which it currently reads 7 AM to 5 PM Monday through Friday. So basically just harmonizing it with the new fee schedule we put into place.
Second.
Seconded by motion by me, seconded by Councilman Hotchkiss. Any discussion? Will the clerk call the roll?
Councilmember Porter.
This is for State Street.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Correct.
yes, it's, this is just changing the ticket max hours to match the hours the garage is now charging for parking.
Okay. Aye.
Aye.
Council President Matavetsky.
Aye.
Councilmember Dunn is absent. Councilmember Costi.
no,
Councilmember Hotchkiss.
Aye.
Finance Chair Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Thank you. That is 5-1.
Okay, turning back to 232. Same thing, Water Street parking ramp hourly rate, ticket max per day. Changing it from ticket max per day, 7 AM to 5 PM Monday through Friday, to ticket max per day, 6 AM Monday to 6 AM Sunday.
Second.
Thank you. Motion by me, second by Councilman Hotchkiss. Any discussion? Will the clerk call the roll?
Councilmember Porter.
Nay.
Just wanted to make sure I heard you correctly.
Yeah.
Okay. Councilmember Middleton.
Aye.
Council President Matavetsky.
Aye.
Councilmember Dunn is absent. Councilmember Costi.
no,
Councilmember Hotchkiss.
Aye.
Finance Chair Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Thank you. That is 4-2.
Okay. I think those are all, I think that's all of them.
I had a
Oh.
question. I had a question. How long is your contract with the city? Is it renewed every year? Or do you have to go come every 3 years with an RFP, or how does that work? How does that work?
I believe at this point, we're automatically renewed every year.
Why?
Verbiage in the contract, I would guess. I'm not privy to that.
I was just wondering, because
yeah, I don't, I'd have to go look at the contract myself too.
okay, I was just wondering, because usually it's every 3 years, and then they go back and look at it. So I was just wondering, if that's something.
I mean,
Never
that's
mind.
one of the other things I'll put on my plate this year.
Thank you, Chuck.
Okay, now after that amenda Rama, do we have a motion on the floor maybe to do something with these pages?
I'll make a motion.
All right,
Did you want to talk about something?
Yeah, I wanted to talk about the night parking fees.
Okay. Well, I won't.
oh,
I
okay,
won't.
sorry.
Sorry,
Oh,
I'll take back my motion.
All right, Councilman Porter, yes.
Night parking fees for the Collier Street. Is it supposed to be $5 continuously for those nights throughout that whole time?
So I believe the rationale is we don't have a gate system with a kiosk like we have at the other garages. So they collect it usually you keep somebody there when there's like a hockey game or something, right?
Yeah, we have someone there mostly during the weekends where the traffic makes sense to have someone there. So it's mostly on Fridays, Saturdays, where we have an actual person till about 2 AM. Being able to collect.
My concern is the fact that there's a chance that there might be housing somewhere on Collier Street.
Oh, I mean, yeah, if that develops, I mean, the whole lot will go away. Yeah.
So the whole lot will actually go away itself and would be considered what, free parking, or do they still have to pay?
No, the building will be on the lot.
The building would be on the lot. The people who own the building would probably have access to all of
So
that.
what's being
Yeah.
discussed is that the city put out an RFP for development of that property, which is going through the BLDC proposals, where at least one proposal was submitted. And it's going through a process to be determined whether or not something is going to be built on that lot. But currently there is nothing built there and nothing confirmed to be built there. And
Yeah.
until there,
And I
until we
guarantee-
come to that juncture, it is a parking lot.
Wait,
I'm sorry, I'm on mute because I'm eating.
The whole point is that I'm concerned that if something is to be built there, then we're now having people pay money into,
That's for right
parking,
now. We don't know,
especially
what's
if it's-
gonna,
if it's.
We don't know what-
what,
we don't know what's gonna happen yet. It hasn't been approved. There's nothing like in the future now. It's just a thought at this moment.
And
So then-
tax credits
And
take
yeah,
years.
it takes time for that to go through.
Well, I understand that. The whole thing is that if it does go through,
Yeah, it's gonna-
wouldn't you want to think that instead of coming back?
No, because you wouldn't want to do that because the people, whoever gets it, they will have to figure that out because they will own that lot. So it won't be the cities anymore, essentially, if and when that does happen.
I mean, given the speed of government, I do not think there is any possibility of any breaking ground on the Collier Street lot in 2025.
Yeah, it's not gonna happen in this budget season. It's gonna take a while if it happens, but that's not gonna, I mean, it takes time for those things to be approved and different things. So if it does, if it does, I guess we'll have that there, but it's not gonna happen tomorrow.
I believe,
25.
yeah, I agree, Councilwoman. And I was just gonna say, I believe that council could change the fees at that
Yeah.
time if needed, just like with the ATV laws, how the fees changed, and then it's being updated in the fee schedule. You wouldn't have to wait until the next
Yeah.
budget cycle.
Okay.
We can go right in there and we can just.
Okay.
put it
All right, I get it.
In the RL and go from there. Yeah.
Okay. Now I'm looking for a motion again.
Okay.
Motion to perhaps pass pages 136 to 150 and the parking fee items as amended on page 231 and 232.
I'll second, or I'll make the motion. I'm
Thank you.
sorry.
That's okay. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Motion by Councilman Middleton to close pages 136 to 150 and the parking fee schedule items on pages 231 and 232 as amended, and seconded by Councilman Hotchkiss. Any discussion on the motion? Will the clerk take the roll?
Councilmember Porter,
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton.
Aye.
Council President Matavetsky,
Aye.
Councilmember Dunn is absent, Councilmember Costi,
Aye.
Councilmember Hotchkiss.
Aye.
Finance Chair Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Thank you. That is 6-0.
All right. Thank you very much for coming down, Pablo. All right, moving right along.
Please leave a business card.
Yeah. Thank you.
I'd like to call down Josiah Bartra from Broome County Library to explain the number on page 95, which we are opening to. Just one little number. Well, it's not that late. It's a good size number.
Got a crew with you, huh? I like your crew.
Oh, a QR code.
Got a nice crew with you here.
Good evening. Sorry, I didn't think we would spend so much time making my new
Okay,
type
I missed that.
amendments tonight, but
All right.
it is what it is. All right. So let's discuss $879,589 and the Broome County Library.
So I'm passing out a county budget because you don't have enough to look at already. But we started doing this last year in order to give council a better understanding of what our budget looks like, since our budget is part of the county budget. And for those of you who don't know, we were originally the Binghamton Public Library in the Exchange Street Carnegie Library building. And the county assumed operation of the library on behalf of the city. And but the city continues to be by far our second biggest funder.
In what year?
1984.
Nice, thank you.
She's
Oh,
been-
and please
Oh,
introduce
yes,
yourself.
and this is Kate Miller Corcoran, a resident of the city of Binghamton, as am I, and our
What
current.
district do you live in, Kate? Thank you, sorry.
But I live in District 5. And our current board president. And so we also have Sherry Kowalski here, who's the assistant library director. I am the library director. So this, over the years, this kind of just developed into a line item in your budget, and nobody from the library would come to actually talk about our budget and what the money goes into. So that's something that we wanted to change. You know, if you're, I think for almost $900,000, I think you deserve a few minutes of our time. So one of the things I did want to point out on here, in the past, there had been concerns whether the city's portion, so the city has a contract with the county to contribute this money. And it's tied, the increase is tied specifically to the increase in the CPI each year. And there were concerns in the past that the city's portion was going up, but the county's portion wasn't. So that was a piece of what I wanted to highlight on here today. If you flip through on what's page 685. in the
So
county-
just,
Yep.
so the city contribution was set at a certain level in the agreement and then set to raise
Yep,
according to CPI,
in perpetuity. There's
perpetuity.
no end to the
whereas the
contract.
county
Yes.
controls their contribution by their budgetary funding.
Correct. Yep.
Okay.
So we go through there, you know, we're at the county budget hearings going line by line, much more in depth.
Okay. And
Uh,
does it ever decrease, like the funding from the county?
Not in the time that I have been here. There were cuts around the same time. There were a lot of cuts in the county in general. However, the portion that the county is paying in relation to the portion that the city is paying so the county portion has gone up faster over time. And for this year, what I wanted to highlight is that this is a 3.9% increase in city funding, and we have a 4.85% increase in county funding that has already, well, it hasn't been fully approved, but it's through most of the county process. It will be approved. So there's a larger increase in the county portion of the funding than the city portion of the funding. We're also, the county is funding a new full-time position for us. They've been adding positions each year that I've been here. Some of you are probably aware our building has been closed this week. That's because the county just invested a little over $1 million into the replacing all of the large HVAC equipment on the library roof, and then they're going to redo the roof after that. So there is significant investment coming from the county as well.
So I just looking on what it would be the county budget, page 685. It looks like your general fund funding from the county was 541,000 in 2023. 1.5 million 59 2024, and you're only getting a recommended 1.427 million. So it looks like a drop of 75,000.
Yeah, sorry, that's confusing.
Yes.
When they close out their budget at the end of the year, they put in, so this is not something that we pay, but they put in a representation of all of the services. So the county, we run all of our financials through the county, all of our staff for county employees. So that number gets inflated at the end of the year by the process. So it's actually an increase from previous.
So they don't put it in a separate, they don't do it as we would do an interfund transfer to show that. Right, are they? Chuck, you would chime in?
Yeah, I'm trying to follow through. I think it's more or less like we did our refuse fund, where now we moved the salaries out but if they put their salaries in, it would be higher.
Well, it sounds like they're,
I can,
But
if you
you-
would
it
like,
sounds like what they pay for though, but for county service for, as he said, accounting and legal fees and whatever, all that stuff, right?
yeah, so it's, I mean, we're not paying for it. It's contributed to us as part, but it's. so
It's
it
an
gets added later.
in-kind-
Yeah,
It, right,
Yeah.
Yeah,
like we
sorry.
do through our funds with like the water and sewer fund.
Right.
I would be happy to follow up with you with those exact numbers if that would be helpful, though.
No, I mean, it explains why the numbers look like they do. Okay. Anyway, sorry, continue.
And so I just wanted to highlight a little bit of what we do. I think, it's, our roots are in Binghamton. We were originally the Binghamton Public Library, and that's still we're a county library, but the vast majority of people who we serve on a daily basis are city residents.
Do
We
you
are,
have kind of numbers on that?
yes. So I normally at these, I would hand out our annual report, but I gave those out to you all
Yes,
a
yeah.
couple of
We
months
did.
ago.
He did.
So they're in there, but there are also numbers in here as well. Let me get to that.
Is there ever resentment at the, I shouldn't ask this, is there ever resentment at the county level from legislators outside of Binghamton that are like, Binghamton gets all the benefit from the library?
No,
Or-
I have
no.
not, I haven't heard that.
Because there's obviously other like your home library and stuff and Georgia Library, all invest that are all getting, that are part of Fort County system, right?
Yes.
That are serving those municipalities, but they're kicking in to some degree.
In the
To your
sense that
budget.
county taxpayers are both paying for the county library system and the school district-based library systems, yes. So we serve as the central library. So we have a much larger staff and a much larger library collection than the other libraries in the 4-county system. So really everyone in all 4 counties is benefiting from our services. It is true that it's mostly being funded through county taxpayers. There was a plan at one point to make a unified library district for the whole county to address that. And it did not end up happening. And I don't think it will in the near future.
So you have a central library facility which is separate from the downtown library, yeah? Or
No, the downtown library is
Is
the
it?
central library.
Everything is stored on site?
Yep,
No.
for our collections. There are, the 4-county system has some collections at their facility in Vestal as well.
That's what I'm thinking
Yeah.
of. Okay.
But a significant portion of the collection for the entire system resides in our downtown library. And I think, we're open to anybody from those 4 counties can have a card, and anybody from your home public library can come into our library. So that's not one that I have not heard resentment around that.
Good. As far as governance and programming choices and such, and I mean, what's the structure of,
Yep.
what does the county say or direct or whatever versus the board versus staff?
Yep.
And, was there ever a point when Binghamton had a say in that other than just writing a check?
Yeah, certainly when when the library was a department of Binghamton city government. Although, so we're largely operated by the community board, which Kate is the president currently. We have 11 trustees. They represent geographic areas of Broome County. So there's specific people from the city, there's people from Endicott, Vestal, JC, and then at-large Broome County seats that can be from anybody in the county. Those trustees are nominated by the county executive and approved by the county legislature, but in practice, typically the board functions to recommend so in almost all cases, it's the board selecting trustees that are then appointed by the county executive. We meet every month. Our meetings are open to the public, and they cover more of a governance level. The professional operation of the library in terms of collections and programs, that's taken care of by library staff. So I'm the library director, but we have a number of librarians on staff, all of whom have master's degrees in library science. And so questions like what items are purchased for the library, what programs are held, that sort of stuff falls under the professional staff who has the expertise and training to do that.
Thank you. Would you like to say anything about the board or anything? Or since you're here,
I can say that the board really is fantastically glad to have the city of Binghamton as donors, as I didn't really plan anything to say, sorry, guys. As funders, thank you. I know that as a city of Binghamton resident, I am incredibly fortunate that we have this library and we have the library throughout the county to use. And I hope that you all come and visit us.
I just wanted to say something. I did come visit you guys, and I do thank you for like the work that you do. It's just not only a lot experience going there. To me, you know, you think of a library, but you have so many different programs, and you're really trying to help a lot of people in our vulnerable population. So I just wanted to tell you thank you for that. And you know, the service position, it's not a paid one, but thank you for your work that you guys are doing.
Thank you.
I'm a little bit curious about how things have been working out with dropping the fees and allowing people to take, I mean, my kids take out like 50 books at a time. I mean, I get the little receipt that says how much you would have spent if you had bought the books, and then sometimes it's like $350, and I'm like, I can't believe they're letting us walk out with this much valuable stuff at one time.
So I guess for those of you who aren't as regular patrons as the council president, we have eliminated all overdue fees over the last few years. And in general, we look to wherever possible, we've gotten rid of fees that would be barriers to access. That's gone very, very well. We're not seeing the revenue that we actually got from those fines and fees was pretty minimal in the scope of our budget. So it hasn't been hard to replace that through other ways. And we haven't seen any increase in items not being returned from getting rid of the fees. But what has changed is the amount of conflict that our circulation desk staff has to deal with the community has gone way down. We see, you know, we would have families, we'd have kids whose cards would be blocked because of having overdue items that has been cut way down on. So this is a trend in the library field at large, and I've been happy to be able to participate in it, and it's been really positive. And I think in general, open access to the resources that we provide is our biggest goal, and wherever we can reduce barriers to that, that is what we do.
I learned a lot on the tour as well, so I encourage everyone on the council to take the tour. Something simple that I didn't realize was that there is special keys if you have children. There's a family bathrooms with special keys that you can get from the children's librarian. I did not realize that at the time. So it's something that I think is valuable for people to know. Yeah.
Councilmember Hotchkiss, we're in your district if you'd like to come see us next.
I don't think anymore. Since the redistricting, I think it got cut out,
Oh, did it?
but pretty close.
All right. Well, you'd still be welcome to come visit if you would like.
My favorite feature about the library is how easy it is to book the community rooms. And I
It
think
is,
that's
I
a
like
super
that.
valuable resource that I don't know if enough people know about. It's
So
the
our
best.
meeting rooms are free for any community group, nonprofit or governmental entity.
Well, that's great, because I know working for Community Options, we tend to come into the library a lot, especially all the libraries within the county, but Broome County is the one that most individuals love to come to most of the time. So, and I remember being a little boy going to Broome Public Library on Exchange Street.
I remember Exchange too, as a kid, yeah. They used to have the newspaper slides. I don't know if I was like into that nerdy thing, but you could like, like old news articles, you'd like research like something like a day and you could just like look at the slides and. everything else.
Microfiche.
You
We still have those, yeah.
have it? Oh, I'll have
Yeah,
to come
somebody
check that
still
out.
have microphone.
Yeah.
I'll have to come check that
All right.
Motion to move page 95.
out.
Wait a minute. I didn't get to reminisce about when we still had branch libraries in the city of Binghamton. believe it or
Second.
not. I-
Gosh.
All right, motion by Councilman Costi to move page 95, seconded by Council President Matavetsky. Any discussion on the motion? Would the clerk call the roll, please?
Councilmember Porter,
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton,
Aye.
Council President Matavetsky.
Aye.
Councilmember Dundon is absent, Councilmember Costi.
Aye.
Councilmember Hotchkiss.
Aye.
Finance Chair Capno.
Aye.
Thank you. That is 6-0.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you all for your
Thank you for
support.
coming in.
Come visit us.
Okay. Next, I'd like to welcome Director of Information Technology, Wayne Burkle, down to discuss the IT pages. So we will be opening pages 36, 49 to 50, and 225.
Hello, everyone. Would you like me to summarize page 36 for you?
Yes, yes, welcome. Or just your general summation or?
Sure, yeah. These lines are for Rogers Service Group. They are storage and retrieval of documents with retention schedules. The clerk's office and finance mostly uses their services. Yeah, it's pretty simple. No year-over-year cost increase for that.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, a question time.
Oh.
So I mean, I guess I'm curious why IT presents this page.
Yeah, I think that's a good question in general. I think it was a legacy choice. As far as why it is in my budget, I don't really have anything to say about that. If, next year we want to take a look at that, I think that's a good choice, and I think we should talk about that. Yeah.
I guess, are we, and I guess this maybe it's directed more to the clerks, given that you mentioned that they're a prime user. Are we happy with Rogers Group and our access to records?
This is a legacy item in his budget that's mostly utilized by the clerks.
Well, I mean, to be honest, I am not someone who does use their services on a regular basis. So as far as actual customer satisfaction from our internal people, I can't speak to it. If we want to talk about that, yeah.
This was one of the pages that was like floating out there and the who covers it and it was included in the budget summary for IT. So I just asked Wayne if he was familiar enough to cover it.
Yeah,
So
I do pay the invoices.
whether it should be the clerks next year, that's whatever makes sense.
Just to answer your, as we only took office in January, we have not yet had even really one single interaction where Rogers has had to come on site yet. That's actually something I'm in the process of coordinating right now. So if you'd like to check back in, once I've had a little bit more time to interact with them, I'm happy to do that.
Is there different costs depending on how we actually use them, or is it a flat fee? Like-
Yes, there is, depending on the amount of retrieval and the amount of shredding, there is variable costs.
And to answer your question about satisfaction, I mean, I have been here for 10 years and we have had to request documents. And as long as they are, the department that sends the records there is maintaining them properly, they're pretty good at retrieving them and sending the boxes here, and we can do that. We've done that for audits all the time. So I know, particularly for my department, finance, we have used it several times over the past 10 years. So I haven't had a problem. We've not found anything.
I'm also not aware of any other similar companies that would offer a similar service.
You both.
I have a question about the shredding. Like, what's our volume of shredding? Is it like, I can't like picture how many documents we're shredding that costs $3,000.
Sure. On a per item cost, I would have to get that for you. and on a volume basis, yeah, I think they would be more suited to actually answer that question, but.
I can. I went back and looked at our history of shredding, and then some years we did no shredding. So it's based on the retention schedule. So like for most financial documents, it's 7 years. So for eighth year back, they can shred whatever they've got at Rogers, but they need direction from us. So there's been some years where they've had a budget of 3,000, didn't spend it. But then the next year they would spend all 3,000.
So it requires somebody here to like pull the trigger to call up Rogers and
Right,
say,
they're not-
hey, go shred 20.
I believe that's the process,
2014
but like I
whatever.
said, that's always been a clerk function, so I don't know how the actual process works, but like she said, she's working on it.
Right. Any other questions on page 36? All right. Wayne, you want to jump to 49 and 50 or
Sure, yeah.
the heart and soul of your department here?
So we did have a increase in temporary services. That was for some transitional costs. Some key personnel had some very vital knowledge for internal database systems that have to do with the budget, and getting those ready for budget processes and for next year processes is vital. So we did put some money in there. There is for general operating supplies, we are the same. For wireless fees, they are also the same. Is there any specific questions on that page?
You have 2 vacancies currently listed in.
So while this was printed, there was a vacancy in the senior digital technician that has been filled. The hardware software technician was an internal transfer into a new position. So we are going to post that next week, and we expect to begin interviewing very soon for that.
So soon to be posted. Okay.
Are you anticipating having to use temporary service
Like in 26 or
2025?
Yeah. So yeah, we are anticipating to use in the new year as we transfer over some budgeting processes. We do need that expertise to execute some of those actions and teach.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You do have one of the probably higher outside consulting fees, probably along with engineering and legal.
Sure.
But you would explain to me that there's good value for money out of those contracts. You can explain a little bit about what we go out of the building for.
Yeah. Compliance is a large portion, right, of IT. Not only implementing software systems and hardware systems, but making sure that the different branches that we are reaching into are compliant with state policy and information security. Sometimes that knowledge is, very far reaching and very hyper specific to a domain. Using outside tools for that knowledge allows us to, not encumber those expenses as staff internally, but just use them as needed. But sometimes they are quite expensive, as you've noticed.
I think I see just a small spelling thing. I assume that it's supposed to be lanyards instead of Laynards.
Correct.
Just,
You didn't get your
when you're
Laynard?
going in and fixing things for next year.
Correct. All right, will do.
Looking at it, I'm like, what's a Laynard? And I'm like,
So in talking about compliance and competencies and such, you don't have a travel and training budget. I would have thought that some folks in your department have to keep up certifications and things.
Yeah, and I definitely prepared for this question. Our department went through a massive upheaval within the past year. We've had lots of people move on. We've had the IT manager retire. So in terms of actually learning our core responsibilities over the next year, that's what I view is going to take most of our time. Then I'm going to learn my staff, learn what we need to learn in, learn what, they want to learn in, and then in 26, definitely budget for travel and training.
Will that slow down the process of things getting done in the city since you're like still kind of learning your staff and learning what the needs are? Will that slow down the process?
The travel and training
No,
specifically.
no. You said that instead of travel and training, you're going to like learn, just
Mm.
like see what the needs are. Will that
Yeah.
slow down the needs of the city as
Um,
you're learning that?
I don't view it that way. I view it as, we have during the year, we have core dates that usually we have to hit for large scale like updates or, hardware installations. And when those times come is when we have to do those things. And that's when you have to learn it, right? I don't view the learning of those processes to slow down services for the rest of the city.
Okay.
I definitely think we're also ramping up to get back to service levels that we were used to. I think during a transitional period, we definitely did have slower service, but we're getting back to the level we really wanted.
Thank you so much for answering that.
So the security services, I'm assuming we're talking about the court
Yep.
security officers that help us for our meetings.
Room security.
Yep, Broome security.
Room security,
Yeah.
yeah. Is the 200, was this estimate based on just like past or, I mean, because I think we've shown tend to have more meetings.
Sure, yeah.
I just want to make sure that.
Yeah, so it was based off the past and we did use a flat number of hours that we would think we would use, and their hourly rate did increase. I did not account for more hours next year. But
I think, yeah, in this past year, I don't know how much you waited like this past year in our
yeah,
long meetings.
yeah.
our
I viewed it as a
special
transitional
meetings.
year as well. So I thought, maybe next year would be maybe more optimized in terms of how this goes, but I don't know.
Oh, wishful thinking.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah. That's something we can think about though.
I would also point out there's several things that you share with or we're in partnership with Broome County on, like the GIS system and a bunch of common resources or common softwares with some of the law enforcement aspects as well. So you do a lot of interface with the county on that, I think, yes, and
Yeah,
yes, okay,
we do use a number of shared services. It works out just in terms of support, but also cost measures. So yeah.
Any other questions on 49 and 50? No. All right. So let's go to 225. This is going to be your capital lines, which seem actually.
I'm sorry, one more
No,
question
no,
about
you're
the
good.
security services. Is it mostly council or is it council and, for example, maybe public hearings that the mayor puts on? Like, I'm just trying to understand, is this,
Sure.
again, this kind of question of why is this in IT's budget rather than just directly in city council's budget?
Yeah,
or
sure.
the mayor's budget?
It definitely is more than city council, although city council is the bulk of that spend. The mayor's budget address and various different hearings that the mayor would have. We will contact Broome Security to cover those as well. I think, in terms of where it falls in whose budget, again, I think there was legacy decision making there if we want to reapproach that next year. Yeah.
You're good? All right. 225 IT. So you have a citywide hardware software ask of 52,000. The engineering set aside for their plotter for 8,000, and then an annual allocation over to fire and police for $15,000 each. And these are all A accounts, so they're building up and you spend out of them.
Yeah. So they all share similar goals. The engineering one is specific to the plotter. We usually do a 6-year cycle on that one, and we bought one in 23 and 24, but now it's time to start adding that money to that line again. For the rest, citywide fire and police, we have to budget for computing workstations, just breakage and year-over-year upgrade cycles, especially with Windows 10 becoming end of life EOL. We do have to consider the spending out of those, and we have kind of saved in there to make sure that we have enough for those. But specifically for fire and police, their mobile data terminals, we call them MDTs. They do have breakage. They're very vital. So we like to have money for those breakages, make sure that we have money in those lines. And also we do spend the workstation and the printers for the various police stations and fire stations out of their specific lines there. So, yeah.
So with that money kind of always it's not a huge amount, but that steady little stream of money going to those accounts, police and fire apply for and get fairly large grants and get various sorts of large grants. Is it ever directed toward these core IT needs?
Sure. I think there's something to be said of, when we do get these grants, right? Sometimes, people don't think about the extra things that you need to outfit a certain piece of equipment, right? And I think that's what this budget line or these capital requests are for is, when we do get grants for a police car, sometimes it's not thought about to get that mobile data terminal or to outfit it with specific cellular upgrades or what have you. So, yeah.
So this is filling in gaps a lot of times.
Absolutely.
Thoughts, feelings, questions, concerns, or perhaps a motion?
Wait,
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry if I missed it. Where's the money for the general code? What line? What line is it? I'm just want to make sure I saw it.
Yep, that would be going in hardware, software maintenance.
Okay. And that's the clerk / vital hardware software?
Yep,
Okay.
clerk's legislative data store and portal. That's in the summary. I don't know if you got that, but.
And I just wanted to kind of give a shout out on this general code stuff, since we made it to the budget. That was something that came out of sending the clerks up to NICOM, and the mayor was there, and they all got on board to do something that is exciting and was pushed forward. And so just putting another plug for training and getting people to conferences and how it helps align people to get good work done.
Motion to move pages 36, 49, 50, and the IT lines on page 225.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Councilman Costi to close pages 36, 49 to 50, and IT lines on 225. Seconded by Councilman Middleton. Any discussion on the motion? Will the clerk call the roll, please?
Councilmember Porter.
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton. Council President Matavetsky.
Aye.
Councilmember Dunn is absent. Councilmember Costi.
Aye.
Councilmember Hotchkiss.
Aye.
Finance Chair Kavanaugh.
All right,
Thank you. That is 6-0.
thank you very much, Wayne. Have a good night. You want to move up, Rachel? I assume you're going to have some input here on all of these pages. All right. So this is a lot of the catch-all that the comptroller and the finance department can kind of walk us through. I'd like to open pages 3 to 6, 26, 35 and 36, 51, 53, 77, 81 and 82. I feel like I'm a bingo caller. 103, 109 to 117, 118, 119, 120, 121, 122, 222, 220, I'm sorry, 223, 224, and 225. Shall we just begin at the beginning?
Sure. I think you guys got a summary. Can we do this in like sections?
Yeah, sure. So we're gonna start 3 to 6.
3
So,
to 6? Okay.
right, the general, this is, I mean, we kind of already did this at the beginning of the whole process. So,
But-
all right, but if you want anything you want to highlight on 3 to 6.
Pretty much. So yeah, basically, I do have one change that I forgot to ask Rachel about. Yeah, so I do have one change that, as I was reviewing all this, that I noticed on page 3, the refuse fund has a balance of $250,000 in the reserve. But that is not a reserve, that is fund balance. So it just needs to be moved over into the fund balance column. From the appropriated fund balance, it's in a reserve column, but it's actually a fund balance. And then the rest of this is just the distribution between all the funds that we've talked about over the last 2 weeks.
Moved over.
So I'll make a motion to, on page 3, move the $250,000 currently listed in the reserves over to the fund balance column. In the
Second.
refuse fund. Motion by me, seconded by Council President Matavetsky. Any discussion on the motion? Will the clerk call the roll?
Councilmember Porter,
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton, Council President Matavetsky. Councilmember Dunn is absent, Councilmember Costi,
Aye.
Councilmember Hotchkiss,
Aye.
and Chair Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Thank you. That's 6-0.
Okay,
So moving to page 4, that's our constitutional tax limit. Basically, that's the city's legal limit to impose taxes. And it's basically 2% of your 5-year average of the full valuation of the city. And the state doesn't have an absolute standard for what your level should be, but they do have some, like a caution zone of over 80% and your danger zone of 90%. If you're at 90%, they may come in and say hi. So in 2013, we were at 93.66%. And right now we're at about 75%.
and so this, what's printed in the budget is 69.72. Is that a projection or?
Right. That was the projection at this time, but things change as you move things around in the budget. That was actually last year's projection. So this is 2025. So this is the actual one from last year.
But 75.4 is the actual from last year.
Last year.
And then 69 is your projection.
That's the projection for this year.
2025. So we're trending.
We're
better.
trending down. It's been trending down every year.
Chuck, I'm not seeing where it says the 74%.
I'm sorry.
You said 74%, right?
I
Did I hear you say that?
Yeah, I think it was 75.4. I had a spreadsheet that was, it may be inaccurate, but it was around that percentage. 2024.
That's
in
just
our-
in
Which
his
is not in the
budget
budget.
summary.
It's not in the budget.
Councilman.
This is from last year.
Just for context, it's not in the budget that you're approving this year, but
Okay.
It's in the packet in the finance department somewhere.
This is an actual form that after the budget process, I have to go into the state and actually put in the actual numbers from the budget and from everything that I got from assessment.
So you're saying the 75% here that is in is more accurate than the 69% that's on page 4.
No, the 69%, this is the 2025 budget. So this was basically from last year.
I see. Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
I can't give you like the actual number from this year yet.
And is that because we're showing restraint in taxation or property values are going up?
It's a
both?
combination of everything plus exclusions that we have. It's a combination of everything.
And how are we looking on so do you want to speak to that briefly, what capital projects and bonding can be excluded from our tax limit?
Yes, mainly water, and if you can sewer. And then for this, it's a lot of capital items inside your budget, like if you have an equipment line, interfund transfers to the water and sewer fund. There's a list that the state has. It's like I don't know what schedule it is, but you can go out there and find it. I just have to plug in those numbers.
If we did tomorrow and everything went through, how would you think that would affect the constitutional tax limit percentage?
It depends upon how the assessment came out, but it probably would, I don't know, I couldn't venture a guess right now. That would be more an assessor question.
Okay. I just gonna go down.
I would assume so.
Okay.
I mean, the follow-on to that is with higher assessed property values and a lower portion of our constitutional tax limit reached, does that make the city potentially a more attractive investment for people buying bonds? Can it help our rating?
Yeah, it could. It could. Moody's has a very, very complicated process for evaluating for ratings.
Okay. Page 5.
Page 5, that's your general fund summary. Basically, it's your general fund expenses, plus your interfund transfers to give you your appropriations that you're voting on. We get revenue. Oh, excuse me. So all the other revenue besides your taxes is 39,421,801.93. We were using $999,000 of fund balance.
Is there a reason we're using $999,999? Is there something that happens when we hit 1 million or something?
No,
Or
it
just
just looks better. We've been using that for years.
okay.
And then we have the POO, they call it. It's the premium on obligations. And that's what the premium on obligations is the revenue that we received when we went out for the bands and bonds last year. This is what we can use this year to pay down the debt. And then you end up with your property tax levy.
All right, page 6. Here's the scary number.
Page 6. This is your general funds portion of all of our debt service. So the top portion is all of our bonds that we have outstanding, including the principals and interest and the total. You can see the years that they're going to be, they've been being paid down and when they mature.
These are not the total. So
no, this is
it's
just
not the total of bonds.
No.
This is the total of
the general fund portion
of what we're paying this coming year.
Yes, and it's just the general fund portion. Other funds that have projects like water and sewer have portions in their debt service funds as well. And so the debt service, that's the top part, that's your long-term debt. And then the bands, those are the ones that we do every year. And then we can roll those to long-term after we've used them for about 5 years. And that band was the one from the April of 2024.
So how is our total debt service trending for annually?
Our total debt service?
Yeah.
Right now, let's see.
It's hard in general. It will probably usually go up because of interest rates, but things fall off as we put more on. So I think it has been trending a little up, but I don't have the exact figures. And going forward, the trend will be whatever we tend to ban and bond and whatever falls off.
So basically what she's saying is the bond reissue of 2012 that was refunded from 2004 and 5, the last payment we're going to make is in 2026. So that in 2027, that falls off.
When I was looking at the schedule, I think it was 26 or 27, the total debt service for the whole city drops off like 2 million or something. So when we go to issue new debt, that will replace that drop off.
So basically, depending upon interest rates and the amount that we borrow, we've been consistent from year to year. If we stay consistent with that number and the interest rates don't skyrocket like during COVID, it'll just fluctuate like that, pretty even.
I did try to look at this a little bit earlier this month, and it seemed like the total debt service that we're paying was kind of increasing over the last 4 or 5 years. I think it was around, it's like 4 to 5 million 3 to 4 years ago, and then it goes up like a little bit. But if that's just a consistent, to me, just looking at that, it seems like we're borrowing too much, and it's going to be unsustainable if we stay on that trend. But if you're saying it's going to fall off in 2026,
There's something large that we're paying that's falling off in 2026. I think it's an EFC one. Is that correct? Something that we're paying. I don't know which one it is. There's a couple, or it drops off by 2 million in 26, I believe it is.
It's the EFC's sewer notes. So, but
They're really big.
they're really big because that's from the sewer project from the plan. So, but for this bond issue of 2012, I don't know how they did the rates, because there's several ways that you can bond. You can front load a lot of interest payments and principal payments up front, or you can do a flat rate for the whole time, or you can have lower payments in the beginning and your payments go up a little bit over time. I'd have to go and look at that specific bond and see if these payments are the high payments or the low payments. There's several different ways.
This is like, I'm like pretty fascinated with this whole thing. So if there was a visualization or something that I could look at, I
have a chart that has like everything on there.
Okay. I want to see it.
All right.
So out of the 9 outstanding bond issues we have, looks like 5 have been refinances of earlier bonds. So,
Yes.
which I assume, generally speaking, is because interest rates were quite low and we were getting a better deal. So that has gone away. But is there anything in how the payments were structured or interest rates were structured, possibly in any of these other bonds, that would make a refinance?
Yes, I
Makes
could,
sense.
after the recall period, I think, I'm not sure what each one, it could be up to 10 years or it could be 5, 7. After that time period, if the interest rate is favorable, so like if we bonded at an X amount of rate and you got X minus 2%, our bond counsel and fiscal advisors would tell us that this bond is available for refunding, and they would go out and help us do that.
So they sort of monitor that situation.
They do that.
We've met with fiscal advisors a couple of times, and essentially he mentioned to us recently that nothing is favorable for refunding at this time with the interest rates.
I mean, that would be like just glancing at things would probably be, the conclusion, but all right. And then we seem to, there's some of them are no, maybe only the refinance ones. No, like the 2021 is a 20-year and some of them seem to be 24 or 25 years. And that was just again, a choice at the time that
it's basically what was bonded for. So if
there were things in the bond
things in the bond that are bonded for 20 years, because if you're bonding for all the projects in there. So if there was a project that was for 5, 10, and 15, you can structure your bond where the bond payments for 5 years, that portion of the bond drops off, and then you're paying for the 10 for the next 5 years. You're paying for the 15 and it drops off at certain points in time.
So I always get scared when I look at the ban interest payments. So the ban that we have outstanding, the total principal is how much? It's a size of the total principal. I'm putting you on the spot, sorry.
I think it was close to 59 million
On the ban.
on the ban, and that's the only due to the Water Street project.
Right. So and that's why we have $1 million of interest due in a year,
Yes,
in 1 year. Right. And then you plan to go long term on those
absolutely.
as soon as possible, I would assume. Yeah. All right. Any other questions on page 6? Any other bond questions? I mean, we dealt with a lot of the ins and outs of the bonds during last April, I think. So, all right.
Wait, so I don't,
Oh, sorry.
so you said it was a $59 million project?
No,
No.
59 million ban. It was for all of our projects that we're working on.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you.
It's right. It's basically everything that's underway now. And then when stuff gets completed or purchased or whatever, and when actually things are done, then we will put it out to a bond.
That's correct. There's many projects ongoing, street reconstruction, you name it.
All right, page 26. This should be easy for you. Because it's zeroed out.
Oh, the tax acquired property, yes. We did not budget for, we usually budget for property that the city is going to buy. To various properties, and we usually pay the Broome County clerk's office for their fees. And we've done a lot of purchasing over the past few years, so we didn't anticipate anything, but it's possible we could.
Other than the Binghamton Plaza.
Other than the Binghamton Plaza, that would not be in here. The Binghamton Plaza would not be in this line. That's a huge property.
There's also been a moratorium on the county
Kind
foreclosure.
of county thing.
Right.
So
Is
that's
that, was that the source of the properties you were buying was mostly
Yes.
Yes.
stuff
Yeah.
the county had repossessed for taxes and then Binghamton had some sort of interest in getting back?
Yes.
Yes.
And I think we got word after the budget that because of whatever court case had instituted that moratorium, Broome County will be able to resume those property tax foreclosures. So that might be a next year discussion, but that's why it was zeroed out in my, what we had used it for in the past.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Page 35, unless anyone has any questions.
And this is what we pay Broome County for their election services.
Is
Or-
there an agreement or they just send us a bill or?
I don't know if there's an agreement. There's a flat rate that they charge us. It used to be that the rate changed year to year, depending on whether it was a presidential election or whether there was primaries. Now it's just, it's a flat rate year to
I
year.
was gonna say, I mean, I think we should get out of paying the primary one if there's no primary in the city, anyway. Not really there. They do. good
Yeah,
work.
and this is like another one of the questions is Binghamton paying for more than we're getting or relative to the county? So is it just for like Binghamton polling sites? Do you have any?
I think it's for the Broome County Board of Elections. So they run the elections in the city of Binghamton. So that whole process, not just on election day, but the entire lead up to it.
Okay.
I would,
Understanding is that it's very, 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 very subsidized. That we are getting a very good deal.
by
on
the
it,
state
is-
and the county, yeah.
But, and by other municipalities
Yeah.
as well.
I mean, I suggest we pass the page, but I would also be open to having somebody from Board of Elections come in, just like we had from the library, and just give us a breakdown of how that system works. Some work session.
I can do that.
Oh, we haven't passed any of them yet. But- No, we're not on 36 yet. No. Oh, 36. Oh, yeah, we did that with IT. So 36 we did with IT, so we don't have to go through that one. So 51, unless you wanted to talk more about shredding, Chuck.
No, I'm okay.
Okay. Page 51, unallocated insurance.
Okay, unallocated insurance, that's based on the insurance fund. This is the general funds portion that funds the insurance fund in the M1910 lines. So it's basically every line of the expense minus the revenue that they make in the revenue fund or in the M fund for those lines. Excuse me. And it's a proportionate share from the funds who pay for the insurance for the city.
Okay. Page 53 is the contingency funds. Funds, plural, I guess. Yeah.
Contingency fund. This is where you get to move money. But we did not we only set up the contingency of 25.5. That's basically half of what was budgeted for last year. And also I just wanted to say, we used to have contingencies in these lines, but we don't really need a contingency if we budgeted properly. So
for the utilities, for example, last year there was a contingency for it, but we're under a contract right now for the not fuel, but electric, and fuel is pretty
Constellation.
steady. So we can pretty much estimate what the utility costs will be next year because the rates in theory won't
I
increase.
thought we also have a gas contract with Moravito, yes?
yes.
Yes. So our electric agreements in place, our gas agreements in place. What caused the spike is NYSEG delivery.
Yes. That is correct.
Unallocated insurance, sorry, 53 contingency, 77. I think that's another easy one because I think it's zeroed.
This is another ARPA line. It's
Yeah.
not something that we've had in the past. It was given to,
I think it was given to Family and
Yep,
Children's
Family and
Services.
Children's. It was
That's
a
right.
one-time ARPA allocation for the capital project, building expansion on Main Street.
Okay. 81.
81. Oh, this is the electricity for the street lighting for our LED lights. They're not all LED, but I would say a majority of them are. I think I can get a report that'll tell you which ones, how much the percentage is.
So
Why is it going up?
It's nice that they're just the rates are just going up. I did an analysis, I think, with some of the bills for the last couple of years.
This is, you're almost looking at 100% increase, not quite, maybe 80% increase. Is that?
Yep, it's based on the current year expenses. We're at 401,000 in middle of September, so we'll probably hit that.
How did it go down in 2024? So I'm looking at 2023, we expended 511,000. And then it goes down in 2024 to 276,000. It's kind of a little bit of a roller coaster.
I don't know, I'd have to look at that.
yeah, when did we move money? We must have moved money over, right? We moved money to. No, we haven't, but we've expended considerably more than even the adjusted budget here. So when
Right, it's over budget, yes. I'm waiting till,
we haven't filled the hole yet,
yes, we haven't filled the hole yet.
unfilled hole.
Because the budget for 2024 was low.
Yeah.
Because I think, because they were expended 511, so.
But you don't recall why we lowered the budget for 2024.
No, I wouldn't know why they lowered the budget.
I did not catch that in my review of budget hearings. So go back and look though. But you're relatively, we're not expecting another spike. We don't know. But
I'm-
you're somewhat comfortable with this 585.
Yes, that number I'm comfortable with.
Do we know what, so this, it's been another month. Have we got another bill? Do we know kind of what this updated number is?
They come once a month for this. I honestly didn't look. Oh, yeah. She can find that while we're
Yeah,
moving on
sure.
if you
All
want.
right. No, I'm just curious if we're still on track for, or what we're on track for.
Yeah.
Okay. 81, all right.
What,
82?
the street lighting? For the past 2 years, yes, it's been about 500,000. So, we were supposed to see a savings. We did, because I believe it was much higher. And I think that's probably our level about right now.
So the supposedly money saving lights we put in were eaten up by price increases, essentially. Or it would have been in worse shape if we didn't do it.
Right. The LED lights do provide a savings, but they're not all LED lights in the city. I think we're a little, I know we're over 50%, but I couldn't tell you the exact amount.
All right, page 82 is the was another ARPA line, I think. We gave Vines money out of there.
Yeah, this was, I think it was a capital project for, it was for the Vines office building. Yeah.
So these, the safety net line, the mental health line, or pages, I should say, will probably disappear next year since they'll kind of drop off.
If there's nothing, if they're all zeros in the lines, yes, we can move them.
Okay.
Remove them.
Power and electric. Oh, I know what this is now. I didn't used to know what this is. 103. This was the electric bill we were paying at Charles Street Business Park that
Yeah,
we
this
don't
is
have to now.
at 22 Charles. It was taken over by BLDC. So now they are paying all the utilities.
I feel like you should bill them back for the first part of the year. I don't know if Sarah's up listening to this. All right, here we go. Benefits, page 109. Oh.
So benefits, the first benefit, A9010, that's the ERS, the Employees Retirement System. The state sends out a estimate based on salaries as of the previous April. And this was, it came in right basically when budget time happened. So we just used their estimate for what they anticipate our bill will be come next December.
So we expended about $1 million in 2023. We don't yet know how much it's going to cost us this year.
Basically, we don't pay our bill until December 15th. So that's when we're due the remaining portion of this. This portion right here is the 25% that we owed from last year, from December to.
So, okay, so the number I'm looking at for expend 2023 is 1,021,000 and change. Then by the time all that was reconciled, you owed 323,000. So.
Right.
Right. So if we're close to last year, that 1.4 will be.
The 1.4 is fairly accurate. We got
Okay.
the invoice and it's right around for police and fire and ERS.
Mhm.
Okay. And then you're expecting, or the state is expecting that we'll owe more next year. To you up to 1.8.
For the employees retirement system. Yes.
Correct.
Mhm.
Employee retirement system being all basically all non-fire,
And
non-police
police.
and non-Teamster?
no, Teamsters are ERS.
Oh, they are, all right. I thought I thought they own pension. They didn't, no. They don't. No,
No.
okay, they go into ERS as well. All right. They have their own insurance.
They have their own insurance,
Insurance.
yes.
Okay, not pension. All right, 110. So this is the same thing, but police and fire.
Yes, this is police and fire.
So 5, 6, slightly over 6. So same deal. 2023, we had under budgeted and it looks like we actually spent a little over 6. We're looking good at the 6.3 for this year. And wow, that's a jump for next year.
Yes, it was, the ERS was jumped up 23% from budget year, and the, police and fire went up 14%.
I don't know where those number, like what drives that?
What drives what? The
increase, I think, so the ERS, it just comes from the state. They say like, this is what you're gonna have to pay, like based on employees, based on salary.
Yes, it's based on salaries as of the last April. Now, I did another estimate based on actual salaries up until June. So basically I just had 6 months of data, but it pretty much came into what this number, what they tell us it's going to be. These are numbers that the state uses for all the tiers, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, all the way up through tier 5. They know how many people we have in each tier, how much they're contributing, how much their investment rate is at the state, and they figure out how much we're going to end up. And it's a really good estimate of what we're going to pay at the end of the year.
They charge us a percentage of the salaries, and that percentage also went up. So that's another factor.
Right. I mean, as our salaries go up, that percentage is going to go up. And as people retire.
Okay. And it's the same system for police and fire, or is it different?
It's yeah, they're still in the state retirement system, but they have their own section of the retirement. It's for police and fire only.
Same methodology though.
Yeah, same methodology.
And then this is at some level affected by how the state's investment portfolio is doing, correct? Yeah.
Absolutely.
So they didn't buy enough NVIDIA stock last year. Whatever. Way, way more complicated, but yeah, it's so. All right. Next page, Social Security.
Social Security is just based on the budgeted salaries in all the funds.
What's
the
the
general fund.
percentage? I know you know it off the top of your head.
At 0.0765.
There we go.
It's
7.65%.
7.65%.
Let's see.
6.9.
Well, workers' comp.
Oh,
This is what we're paying into the M fund to pay for our workers' comp.
yes, and this is the other portion in the insurance fund.
And these are basically premiums though, right? Or we pay comp lines or whatever.
It's based on all the expenses in the M9040 line, subsection of the insurance fund, minus any revenues that they may get. And it's allocated between the funds who pay workers' comp, and that's basically all water, sewer, refuse, and the general fund.
All right. 113, unemployment.
Unemployment, sure. It's, these are based on estimates from previous years. There's no telling when the Department of Labor is going to get a unemployment claim. Kent can probably has some detail as to some history for the city. But we get bills from the DOL and we have to pay that.
Okay.
Okay.
And then disability insurance payments on the next page, right?
Right. Disability. The city provides management, long-term disability, and for the employees, short-term disability. And those bills are minimal.
All right, next page. It's another big one, health insurance.
Yeah, health insurance. Just had a meeting with our broker and a lot of things have changed. I'll start with retirement. Medicare had a big change this year. The basically for prescriptions, they cut down the out-of-pocket cost for retirees from 8,000 to 2,000. And that also includes the cost of the out-of-pocket cost plus the cost of the prescription. So they can reach their 2,000 deductible very quickly, which means Medicare or our company Aetna will pick up the slack. So the cost to everybody that's not like us, the city, any other municipality company is going to pay more. So we'll pass that cost on to, or we'll have to pass that cost on to the retirees. That's the biggest change, but the retiree is not a big pool of employees. The biggest cost is to our employees. And health insurance rates across our sector, I think he said it was we're self-insured. So basically our what do you call it, population rates are trending about 7% on a yearly basis. And it just depends upon claims, but we also have stop loss insurance that they can help keep our rates level. And we have a broker that really does a really good job at negotiating those costs for us.
Being self-insured keeps coming up, and it always is kind of a bit of like the sense of a boogeyman kind of vibe to it. Is there a reason why we're self-insured, and what is that reason?
It's expensive.
I don't know why we are self-insured. And to tell you the truth, but for a city our size, I think that it benefits us to being self-insured. I mean, the cost of the premiums would probably outweigh what the benefits that we can get. I'd have to have a discussion with the broker to delineate between the premium based or self-insurance.
I mean, I'm sure they'd go shop that for you if you wanted, but
If we requested it, yeah.
which we could do, but I'm guessing it will still turn out that self-insurance plus stop loss equals savings for the city. So, and Aetna manages the actual pushing of all the paper essentially.
Right. I mean, just for an example, Broome County is paying twice as much for their retirees, $500 to our $250. So I'm sure
they are.
I mean, our broker, if anybody from the outside world wanted to come and work for the city, their insurance is going to, benefit is going to be cut in half. Example being you.
Their buy-in cost is going to be cut in half.
Yeah, well, their deductible out of their paycheck, and the benefits that we have are very good compared to the outside world.
Okay. 116 is supplemental payments to disabled firefighters. So
yeah, these are statutory payments by law. It's we have to pay if any firefighter is injured either on the job or off and they retire, we have to pay them for a certain amount of years. Right now we have 10 or 12, I think. And the closest one that's going to drop off is in 2027. And the next one is in the 2030s. And some of them go out to 2040s.
Okay. 117. We have other employee benefits.
Other employee benefits. So the first one, the A 9089580000, that's the Employee Assistance Program, EAP. That I think is monitored by our personnel director. There's been no change in that for several years. We just pay the same amount. I do not know the utilization rate for that, but I'm sure we can find out for you.
Kent seemed to be pretty positive about it.
He did when he was here.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then compensated absence.
Yeah, compensated absences. That's basically a number where we use that we pay out smaller payouts for basically people who leave the company. Not large payouts for like retirements and stuff. But that's what it is, compensated absences for like vacation, sick.
But
when people
small
leave.
enough ones that we're not having to
Absolutely.
move money and hold positions vacant and such to
Right.
fund them. So
And in the past, we've used it for like a year-end accruals. So like if the year end ended and you've got an extra 5 days on the end of a paycheck, we have to move that money back to the end of year, but you don't have enough money in the line, we can move that in there.
So we haven't expended any of this line in 2024. Is it?
No, it's all used in December if we need it.
Okay.
Fire Tier 6 agreement.
Yeah, the
Does
Tier
that
6
like
agreement.
a one-time thing that
Yeah, that was an agreement we had with the fire union where the Tier 6 people were getting, can't remember the exact. They needed a bump in their retirement because they were unfairly applied to Tier 6 firefighters in particular. And the state adjusted that law for them for their retirement. And the agreement was we needed to put this amount aside for perpetuity until the state changed the law. Well, the state did change the law, so we don't need to do that anymore. So it drops off. And yes, I need that $39,000.
And then finally, we have the unfilled positions line there. So this is your accounting for some of the vacancies that we feel will still be vacant.
Yes.
Vacancies unlikely to be filled.
Unlikely to be filled. Now, if you took, there's about 31 positions, I think, that are actually vacant in the budget. But if you took 17 of them and you multiplied it by an average salary of about $50,000 plus Social Security, you're going to come to that pretty close to that number.
All right. Let me see if I follow. We have about 31 vacancies now.
Yes.
And
17 of them are police officers.
So disallowing those 17. Or just counting the 17.
Just counting 17.
Okay.
Because the police officer number is an estimate as well.
Right. So 17 times, what did you say, 50,000? What?
50,000 as an average salary.
So if we hired 15 police officers and fill the other department vacancies, we have a funding problem.
It's not a problem.
Well, no, I mean, it's good to the city, but
that's good to the city. Yes.
but we would have underestimated. We would have underestimated our hiring prowess.
Yes. And available people out in the public to get jobs. Yes.
So because we used all of it plus 20,000 so far, right? Or as of September, we filled the hole plus 20,000.
Yeah, they used a little over 900,000 this year. I think they did that in July.
Right. 118. All right, now on to debt service. So this is much of a muchness with the other bond page, right?
Yes, this is basically in more detail of the bond summary page at the beginning of the general fund. And it has the history of the bond payments for the past couple of years.
Any questions?
And these are directly from amortization schedules and bond schedules. So we can usually budget for these to the penny.
Same, then 119 has the ban, same idea. And on to page 120, our interfund transfers. These were ARPA transfers though, right? So this is zeroed out now, I think, yeah?
Right. We, as I mentioned before, there's no interfund transfers from the general fund to any other fund.
This year, okay. These weren't ARPA. Oh, no, there was an ARPA one, but that 15, that's gone. And then we're not doing any other fund, okay. 121 and 122, we have our transfer to capital. Right, so these have been all of the assorted set asides that we do for capital.
For capital planning, excuse me, Wayne attested to his IT transfers. These are all the A transfers in the CIP.
And it's changed dramatically because we had ARPA money in here before as well.
That's correct.
Okay.
Well,
Sorry.
Just if you're looking at the regular interfund transfer line, the 99559000 regular,
Yes.
that transfer, the big numbers you see, those were the transfers to the refuse fund that are no longer being
made.
being made, right?
Was refuse. Right, and then I think we've got some. So 223 to 225. Well, we did the engineering. Engineering, didn't we? Did we leave some? I mean, I have a bunch of notes. I'll find it. Oh, I don't. All right, we'll get there. Gonna go back. Everything that's left over. Okay.
I have a
So-
question
oh, sorry.
on 122,
Mm-hmm.
the 450,000 that lines up with the zero, and maybe I'm just, is that supposed to be like that?
Yeah, that's the total from the next page.
It comes from the previous.
It
Okay,
it's
sorry.
it's
I
all
was like,
yeah, it's all transferred to capital, even though there were two lines, regular and ARPA last year.
Okay. I think that's all of the pages that haven't been opened before.
Okay.
Six, 35, 36, 49, 50.
Hear the question.
49.
Yep.
Oh, that was IT earlier. Three, 77, 81, 82. 95 library, 103, 109 to 117.
I'm not sure if this is what you were asking, but in the general fund, besides the pages we just opened, there's still sanitation. There's one page. And that was gonna be discussed with the refuse fund, but otherwise I think that's it.
I believe, yeah, that's page 102.
102. I sure we closed 102.
He talked about it, but they didn't want to close it formally until we talked about the refuse fund.
The 102 open?
Yes, sanitation page and general fund and refuse fund are still open, I believe.
All right.
Yep.
Okay. Well, we gotta
But that's what we were also.
plow
gonna do
through.
refuse,
All
I
right.
think.
Um,
But
I was checking out. 23 to 135. That's refuse fund.
no, I don't have any. They just did that.
It's parking rampings.
I went back through for a minute and just verified that any of the motions were.
IT. Your what? That's how I have it. Maybe we can go back and look at the meeting, I guess, or we can just do it again. Right. And 231, 232.
So we just have refuse left.
Should I motion for a 5-minute recess?
Okay, well, so all the pages that we have just opened. Do I have a motion on those?
I'll make the motion to move pages 3, 4, 5, 6, 26, 35, 51, 53, 77, 81, 82, 103, 109 through 122, and pages 20 or 223 through 225. As amended.
I don't think I heard 36.
I also didn't hear 36.
We already closed 36.
Oh, it was duplicated. Right. It was duplicated. All right. So motion by Councilman Costi. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilwoman Middleton to close pages 36, 26, 35, 51, 53, 77, 81, 82, 103, 109 to 117, 118 to 119, 120 to 122, 123 to 125. I'm sorry, 223 to 225.
Sold.
Any discussion on the motion? Will the clerk take the roll, please?
Councilmember Porter,
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton.
Aye.
Council President Matavetsky.
Aye.
Councilmember Dundon is absent. Councilmember Costi.
Aye.
Councilmember Hotchkiss. Finance Chair Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Thank you. That is 6-0.
Okay, do we want, we are ready to start doing callback pages, stuff that's left open. We want a 5-minute break.
Just,
Oh, sorry, Rachel.
so the refuse fund, I don't think we've discussed or closed that yet, or the sanitation page in the general fund. We just wanted to do them together. So refuse was scheduled for another budget hearing, but we moved it to tonight.
I recall doing that.
What page is refuse?
123.
123, sorry.
All right. Right. Oh, yeah. So, right. You sort of handed this for me at DPW and then we said we're holding this till later.
We discussed the one page in the general fund, but not the refuse fund.
Okay. All right. So let's open 123 to 135. Yeah, and then let's see, it's gonna be sanitation. What's the sanitation page number?
102.
123 to 135.
And 102 for sanitation, right?
And yep,
And right, that was the other sticking point, right? So it's an and to the page for that. And on page 229, the refuse, large and medium garbage bags we left open. So open those up. Who wants to tackle sanitation and refuse?
So I think Commissioner Paludi covered the sanitation page from like an operational standpoint.
Yes.
That was maybe just kept open to be talked about again, along with the refuse fund. Do you guys want to give a summary of the refuse fund?
I can pull it up. I sent it.
Or we could take questions, however we want to
Well,
do it.
I mean, I can talk a little bit about it here. The CL fund, I think mainly we wanted to talk about was that DPW admin fee. It's what the refuse is paying the general fund for their services. Historically, there's been about $2.1 million in salaries was paid out of the CL fund and is now being paid out of the general fund. I think in the A180-160, it's that budget section is 1.4 million this year. So basically the CL fund.
102?
What?
What page are you looking at? Okay.
I'm sorry?
Which page are you looking at?
123.
123?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, let's see, where was I? The CL fund, should not have a fund balance, if the general fund is paying for those salaries. So, some of the fund balance we used this year, my first correction that we did, moved it, the $250,000 into fund balance. And then we'll use some next year, attempting to pay back the general fund for what the CL fund has.
Right now, the revenue and expenditures are just related to the cost of buying the bags and the tipping fees, and that is fairly self-sufficient. That process is.
Kind of break it down. What a resident pays for a garbage bag pays for the creation, distribution, and administration of the garbage bags, and what it costs to physically dispose of that stuff at the landfill. Yeah, thank you. The
Right.
tipping fee, not the labor and machinery to actually collect it and transport it.
And yeah, and the thought process behind that is some of the laborers do a lot of work for all of the departments. Yeah.
And then so the 250,000 is some fund balance that is sitting there that we're saying should really not need to be there. So we're zeroing that out
Right.
over the course of a couple of years.
Yeah, we used 250, we'll probably use, they had about 500,000, so we use the rest of it next year.
Okay. Any questions? Do we remember? So I think the real reason we kept these open was to discuss large and medium garbage bags, which is 229? 228, sorry. 229. I was right. 229. So we're at $1.90 a bag for large, $1.20 for medium, and they're going to go up to $2.19 and $1.39 respectively. Presumably, if we don't raise them, we will be out of whack. By how
Yeah.
much?
Yes, that's true. Basically, I going back to 2006, I'm sure the blue bags went back further. There were years, basically 10 years where we didn't raise bag prices at all. And we've raised them once in 2016, and then just in the past couple of years, we started raising them.
I think there were 350 and 585 for a very, very long time.
Yes.
It's gonna be like $11 or 12.
No, it's well,
Tenny.
the cost to the vendor is going to be $6.95 for a medium and $10.95 for a large.
Yeah, that's what I got. in
And
my
then,
calculator.
right, and then the Weiss and Price Chopper, they can add 25 cents for their selling.
I didn't know you could. I didn't know you could add that.
That's in their contract
Okay.
when they sign a contract with Waste Zero.
25
I've-
cents and no more. 5 cents a bag.
5 cents a bag, 25 cents a sleeve.
Well, we sell them at the store, but we don't like sell them extra for extra.
That's your prerogative.
Well, I'm thinking.
Discount bag, the greater good.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's
5
just a
cents a
little
bag.
cheaper.
If we kept I mean, why, who wanted this still open and had a reason to have it open? I mean, I guess the
I
question.
might have asked a question about the volume and why the small bags didn't get an increase with the other ones.
Yeah.
That's my note. Yeah, I had a note in here. I don't know who asked that question.
It was probably me.
It was something about the small bags. And it says we don't sell enough. Why we didn't raise the prices from 50 cents to more.
And they're only sold here at City Hall, right?
Well, they're sold here and they're sold at the senior center
Senior
as well.
center.
And the reason why is
It's
I
mostly
myself don't
single
use
older
them.
seniors that are not
But
going to generate very
yes,
much trash. We're trying to
on
give
a
them a break.
on a they're not used very often. We basically buy about 100 boxes a year, where we buy 2,000 boxes of the other ones, medium and large. Well, one of them's a little over 1,000, one is about 2,000. These are boxes, and we only buy 100 a year, so we don't really sell a lot. And they're basically for the people who don't have a lot of garbage, that if they did have to go to or Adams or whatever, they would be paying 3, 4, 5 times of what a garbage bag would be for the year.
Could we possibly put more in a sleeve or? Is that just what the company does?
Yeah,
right?
that's their company. They sell all over the country. I don't know what that would entail for them modifying it for our process if we wanted to do more. I don't know if it would lessen the cost much, though.
And I
Certainly
think
can
that,
ask.
I think the per roll price is already a barrier for some people.
Yes. And if you put 10 in the bag, you're talking $20 at a pop.
So here's a thought. If we held the bag prices where they are, the refuse fund would end up in a deficit and would eat up that reserve. to
Right,
some
so we
degree.
increased the revenue budget from 24 to 25 by about 250,000, I think, because of this rate increase.
So
Just
really,
repeating
the,
that number, 240,000 would be the cost if we wanted to hold the price steady that we'd have to find money for.
No, because there's still money, there's still a fund balance in the refuse fund.
really the price of the blue bags are rising because it's a best practices from like an auditing and fiscal management standpoint. So, and Rachel can probably speak to this better than I can, but if the state comptroller's office came in and did an audit, we would need to be able to show them that we're doing what we can to make sure like these enterprises funds are self-sustaining. So they would look at what we're charging for the blue bags as part of it. Just, to see that we don't have huge subsidies coming from the general fund and balance it.
Yep, and all of that for sure. And I did a little analysis. I called around for garbage pricings from private vendors. The minimum bill you're gonna get is $30, and then they add fuel on top of that. And it increases the farther you are away from their station. Using the container they give you for that $30, it could fit about 2 large garbage bags or 4 medium bags. And if you use the quantities and the prices of the new prices that we're proposing, if you were to use 2 large a week or 4 medium a week, you would be charged $18 a month by buying the blue bags or $23 a month for the blue bags. So our new prices are still significantly less than a bare minimum bill from an outside vendor.
That doesn't take into account the actual cost of DPW doing the trash pick. Correct.
DPW is still gonna have the cost. It's still
Right.
gonna be there.
No, I'm just saying like we're zeroing in on the tipping fee cost and our comparison as opposed to the full cost.
Right.
Yeah, but doesn't each city have its own public sanitation or my?
No, like there are municipalities that just would use the private haulers. So that would be essentially getting rid of the sanitation department or the individuals that do that work.
I'm not suggesting we do that to make it clear. I just wanted to make sure that if people are following along with this, that the comparison that was being made about the cost of getting rid of trash. It is cheaper for an individual because we are paying the workers through our regular taxes. And then we have an additional fee. So you're going to pay your taxes regardless of whether or not you're paying for an additional hauler.
Yeah.
Right, and if you don't raise the bags, eventually, if you didn't raise the bag prices, you'd be actually subsidizing the refuse fund with general fund money anyway, because we'd have to transfer money into that.
I guess
Right.
part of my point was that we already subsidize it because we don't include in the model the cost of the trash pickup.
That's true, yes.
So we're already subsidizing it from the general fund.
And it used to show up that way, but we moved labor out of the refuse fund.
I think a lot of people, I remember like knocking on doors and still when I talk to people, I think blue bags is like kind of the highest complaint that we do get. I'm learning now as this is my first budget season, but I do think we should educate, maybe, I don't know how, but like start educating the people of Binghamton. Because when I talk to people about it, they understand it now, but they don't understand the concept of why we are doing it this way. And a lot of people really want to do away with the blue bag system.
I guess, All right, I'm thinking about the blue bag pricing, and that's there. So the price per bag, whether it's large or medium, is based on the volume of the bag, but the tipping fee is based on the weight. So it's not like a, I don't know. It's not. I don't.
It's not,
It's not perfect, but yeah, we don't have to go there.
So if you want to help city finances, put lots of light things in your trash.
Yeah. Just there you go. Only throw away packaging materials. I don't know. I get, do you have any like quantification if like year over year we're selling less bags because people are turning to private haulers, and this is like a self-defeating cycle where it's like the cost is going up and becoming more of a hassle because there's less people, less vendors, and then people turn to private haulers so that the city has to charge more for the bags, type of a, is that analysis?
I don't think that we've looked into that, but we have no indication of that happening unless.
No, we haven't done anything like that. The years that COVID hit was kind of threw a wrench into pretty much everything that we do for analysis, but we can basically start after that and see where we're standing. I don't know how we would get the number of people doing private haulers. That would be kind of difficult.
I don't think we have any reason to believe that's happening though, like in terms of sales of
I mean, I
bags.
can, it's easy enough to give you a trend of
There
the
are people.
the
who are
purchases
doing
of bags and the trend of, how the purchases are going through the vendors. That I can do.
Okay, that'd be interesting to look at.
Only thing I would say is because people aren't, just back to my educated talk again, rants. People aren't educated, so they're gonna say city council raise blue bags, like, they're not gonna understand the process of that, but.
Well, we're in it together. They're gonna say the
Mhm.
mayor did it too.
Mhm.
Okay, since we were talking about blue bags and this isn't, we're not gonna solve this tonight, but it's just, I don't think there's another cost associated with blue bags, which like, I think it promotes dumping stuff so that you don't have to pay for them, or like, I think there was a couple of years ago that hoarding,
house
so that
fires.
leads to like pest problems and like house fires, whatever. So it becomes like it manifests like a public health issue with large piles of trash around, and I don't know, that's like
Vermin.
that's not quantified in this analysis, but it is costly. And I know it takes a lot of labor to clean up those things or remove pests, and it's like damaging to neighborhoods to some degree. And I think it's something we got to consider. Let's not do it tonight because we got other stuff to think about, but that's kind of like part of the equation that goes in my head that I don't think we're accounting for.
I think
I mean, I agree with you. I mean, things like that do happen, but we do have revenue streams for those cleanups
Okay.
and what have you.
I think that's a valid concern. I think it's
Yeah, I agree. I would say it's a broader discussion, the blue bags in general.
Right.
okay. Any other questions or thoughts on sanitation or refuse fund or the fee schedule for bags? Is there a motion?
Well, I guess I'm curious, like, from a amount of money we put to the side, is there a way that we can at least ease people into the higher fees?
Of 30,
I'm trying to logically think about this and how we would do the changes. So if the proposed fees were denied and we want them to stay the same, just as an example, we would severely come under revenues in the refuse fund. And I don't think we can change revenues during this process. So I'm not sure what the procedure would be. So if you don't, approve the increase, then it would essentially, the fund would end up in a deficit of about 200,000.
Which is covered by what's left in the fund balance in the refuse fund. But we're not increasing.
That's the thing, I don't, yeah, right,
Right.
I don't.
Woman, though, were you asking like, could council move the money in
To do an
contingency
increase, but maybe not the full increase, or I
by
don't know.
using some
I'm
of
just
that funds? The
to
funds that were-
ease towards it and then do the rest of it next year, you know, that kind of a thing, rather than all at once.
I'm trying to.
Idea, and I was trying to figure out whether or not it's something worth exploring.
I think it's more of a rip the Band-Aid off situation, but
I think if it could be done, I would not be against it, but what I would be against is just not approving the fees, and then we're kind of out of whack from my budget auditing standpoint if the comptroller's office were to come in.
I mean, again, I don't think we are. I think we would have a clear reasoning why not this year. It's because we're choosing to use the remaining fund balance in the refuse fund to essentially hold off this increase, to give residents a break. I mean, I think that's a perfectly reasonable way, rather than using it against next year's budget to help out the general fund. I think that's a policy choice council can make. I don't think it would cause an auditing problem with the comptroller's.
The fund's supposed to be self-sufficient is what the controller's office.
It is
requires.
self-sufficient because it has enough balance to cover this.
It's only self-sufficient if the revenues equal the expenses. Using fund balance means that it's not self-sufficient.
And we're already using $250,000. Now we're gonna.
Yeah, but
use
you're using it
400.
to fund the general fund back. So you're just giving it to the city.
The general fund,
You're giving it to the city. We would be choosing to use half of it to give back to the citizens, essentially.
But it's still.
I mean,
not
I'm not saying this is a good
self-sufficient,
idea
though.
or I support it. I'm just saying
Right.
it's no different to me saying that we're giving it back to the city to use in the general fund versus we're giving citizens a discount on bags for one more year.
I think that we're saying there is a difference in the eyes of the state comptroller.
I would have that argument with the state comptroller.
Well.
Let me put my head on.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess I'm going back to the point of it isn't the end, because a good portion of the costs is not even accounted for in the fund. It is not a self-sufficient fund by any stretch.
But the proposed raises for the blue bag fees are a step towards making it self-sufficient.
Correct.
No, it's a step toward making tipping fees self-sufficient.
Not the cost of.
I mean, there's no
refuse.
reason to even call it an enterprise fund, essentially. It's a tipping fee fund.
I mean, if we wanted to do that, we would have to go back to putting everything into the refuse fund, which means you'd have to fund $1.4 million from the general fund. From what we're looking at now,
I mean, it's,
that's a hit to the taxpayers. Instead of just people who buy blue bags, which is not everybody in the city.
What? You mean that everybody?
Because you're saying some people are moving out, they're buying from a private hauler. Businesses.
some are, but it's the same amount of,
Apartment buildings,
Apartment buildings. Yeah.
public housing.
we have the same labor costs and the same revenues from bags. And the general fund is supporting the act of refuse collection and disposal.
That's how it's always been essentially.
Sure, I know.
I guess, yeah, I guess we're pointing out that the title of the fund is incorrect, that it is a tipping fee fund. It is not a refuse fund because a good portion of the cost of refuse is not accounted for in the fund. So if it is a self-sustaining enterprise fund, it is not a refuse fund, it is a tipping fee fund.
Either way, you're going to tax the taxpayers for those salaries. It's either in the general fund or in the CL fund.
I agree with you 100%.
This way, we're just accounting for the refuse that they're picking up and taking to, not the salaries, not the benefits, just the blue bags and recycling.
I know. But I'm saying, so because there's a balance in the fund, they've already, if we're calling, if we're thinking this is a tipping fee fund, we've essentially had the people pay for more refuse than we've dumped. So we have a surplus of available tipping fee. Half of which we're choosing to send back to the general fund to support the general fund, and half of which is sitting around.
The fund balance that you're referring to was from the interfund transfers from the general fund. That's how the CL fund was funded.
Moving back
So
borrowed
we're-
money.
So you're just
Yeah.
moving back money that was already that was left
I
over
mean,
from when we moved the
you'd
money
have to
from.
drill down to see what what portion was extra paid over for labor versus what extra was generated by bag sales, minus what was the people that were previously paid out of the CL fund did for other work. I'm not saying
Right.
it's worth
I mean,
doing at
yeah, I mean,
all.
for example, I mean, it was approximately $2.1 million was the last year of transfer, but the A 8160 fund is 1.4, basically 1.5 million. So where's that $600,000? It's the fund balance in the CL fund that we've got to move to. And we're doing it in increments, $250,000 and $250,000 next year. It shouldn't have anything to do with the price of the bags because we're trying to make the fund self-sufficient and balanced, regardless of the fund balance. Because the fund balance will be gone in 2 years. And then you don't have a choice.
No, I know this. I know. I know. I get it.
So.
But if the councilman's asking for a way to hold prices for a year,
But reduce the increase.
I don't
Smooth
think-
out the increases.
I don't think it's, I don't think, I mean.
No one else
what am
is
I-
interested? That's
Okay.
it.
Councilman, I think that this will be my last thing on this, but I think you then say that you then run the risk of people saying they raised blue bag prices and we're more out of whack. Like I understand where you're coming from with that, but that's, I think, the risk. That's the downside.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Do I have any kind of motion on the floor?
I'll make the motion to move pages 102, 123 through 135 and the large and medium garbage bag fees on page 229.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Councilman Costi, second by Councilman Hotchkiss. Is there discussion on the motion? No discussion. Will the clerk call the roll?
Councilmember Porter, excuse me.
All right.
Councilmember Middleton,
Aye.
Council President Matavetsky,
Aye.
Councilmember Dunn is absent, Councilmember Costi,
Aye.
Councilmember Hotchkiss,
Aye.
Finance Chair Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Thank you. That is 6-0.
Thank you very much. Okay.
I got a quick question. You said we closed all the capital lines already on 223 to just the engineering capital line? Oh, excuse me. Okay.
I think Sophie's got it tabbed out here. We've closed police, finance, fire, parks, public works.
I had a question about fire. Are we done with the fire union negotiations? And if so, is that roughly what's reflected in here, or should we fix this budget? Or
It's
do we
still-
have time to fix this budget while, or? I'm just not sure where things are even at.
Yeah, yeah. I think my understanding is that it's very close to finalized, but maybe not signed yet.
It's not signed. They're still,
Okay,
doing-
so
doing-
there's nothing that can be done. I was just, if we were
Yeah, there's-
magically had a bow on it today, that maybe we just fix it so that the budget was correct.
I was hoping, but they're still doing some wording.
Thank you.
At the end, I think they have to move the whole page. Yep.
Right, so I'm. Yeah, I'd like to talk about page 225 if that's,
We'd
But-
only open the fiscal agent. We'd only open a financing fee. on 225.
okay,
We open- But it wasn't. We didn't reopen.
Yeah, I was gonna say, motion for a 5-minute break. Anybody? Is there a second?
I heard.
I'll second. Or we can't.
Yeah.
So I
Motion
motioned it.
for a 5-minute recess, second by, motion by Councilwoman Matavetsky, second by Councilwoman Kenya Middleton, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. See you in 5 minutes.
Oh my gosh.
No kidding.
Huh? If I can. Okay.
After a while.
welcome back from break. Are we on, Sam? Okay. All right, so we have to go back to pages and sections we have left open. We have lists. I have a list, clerk made up a list, and Corporation Council has nice red flags. All right. Page 16, I think, is the first one. What the? I mean, we don't. I guess we can quote, they're just revenue pages. I guess we. Yeah. Right. So I think we should turn our attention back to page 16 first. That's our own little budget. Any discussion or amendments to the city council budget?
Getting out the lists here, sorry.
Okay,
Um,
yes.
while we're reading, I would say, I know not now or maybe sometime in the future, travel and training, if we could.
I mean, now's the time.
Oh. I would like to increase that if we can. I don't know.
Okay,
Huh?
You gotta give a number.
I know, I'm
That's-
talking, let me turn my mic off.
so. So 1,400 would be $200 a person. That should cover a conference, and I would think, how much was how much was the comptroller's training?
The comptrollers training are $85 and it includes per time, there's 2 classes if you would like to attend both. They're each 2 days long. So it's a textbook, 2-day training. They're like 8:45 a.m. to 3 p.m., 2 days in a row. Each for $85.
Okay. I would propose moving,
And I'd like to see at least one person from council go to NICOM next year.
okay, I'd like to motion to
You may.
move
I'm not-
$1,400 from contingency into city council travel and training, line A 1010.54701.
I'll
Oh,
second,
sorry.
I'm sorry, I'll second, I'm just. looking
I'm
at
sorry,
something.
I want 1,400 total, so 1,050 for a total of 1,400. Because we already have 350 in there. So I motion move 1,050 from contingency to travel and training, A 1010.54701. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion by me, second by Councilwoman Middleton. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none.
Talking about-
Oh, sorry, Alumni, yes, sorry, Councilman Porter.
I would have thought it would at least increase it more than just 1,050.
That would give a total budget of $200 per council member. which I don't know. I will withdraw my motion if you want to propose something else.
I was well. I was considering 2,000.
I'm gonna ask clerk, do you remember how much your Nikon trip cost?
Don't have individual numbers, but I could go in.
Again,
There's
I'd
a-
really like to send at least one person from council to Nikon.
I
think-
can estimate that it was around 350 to 450 per person for registration. I don't remember exactly where in there it was. It's around.
Okay. And the hotel was approximately 150, 200,
What's it, 2 days, right?
300, 400
The hotel it's hosted in was going at about 250 to 300 a night.
a night.
Mhm.
Okay, so we probably want
2,000.
1,000 just to send somebody from council to NICOM. And then additional money for everyone else to do a training. That is less expensive.
So I just glanced
So
at the
you are-
registration for their upcoming conference and the full program is $390.
So now, are we talking 2,000 or are we talking about 1,500? Instead of the
Yeah, I
1,050?
think, yeah, I think 2,500. Yeah, it's something where we take the 1,000 plus the 200 a person.
Yeah, 2,500.
So 2,050, is that your motion?
No, 2,500.
Yeah,
Okay, so Councilman, right,
Oh, I make a motion to what?
move,
To increase 2,000.
I withdrew my motion. So 1,700 would make 2,050 total in the budget.
1,700 will make it 2,050.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, so a motion by Councilman Porter to move, what did we just say? 17,
To increase, I thought.
1,700 would make 2,050. Move 1,700 from contingency to A 1010-54701, second by Councilman Middleton. Is there discussion on the motion? Seeing none, would the clerk take the roll, please?
Councilmember Porter,
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton, Council President Matavetsky.
Aye.
Councilmember Dundon is absent. Councilmember Costi,
Aye.
Councilmember Hotchkiss.
Aye.
Finance Chair Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Thank you. That is six.
All right, I would like to make a motion to move $1,000 from contingency into city council line A 1010-54101 for paper,
I'll second.
$1,000.
just paper?
I mean, it's an office supplies,
Office supply?
but
Yeah,
the
is it-
italic line would be paper because we use a lot of it, but
Okay.
yes, it just goes into office. supplies.
paper, pens, and
It-
then.
It's under office supplies. We
Okay.
spend on any office supplies.
And then I just want to see if it might include the thing that I requested, which was a banner for parades that says
If you want to
Binghamton City
consider that an
Council.
office supply, I think we can stretch the definition of office supply. Do I have a second?
I second.
Motion by me, seconded by Councilman Middleton. Any discussion on the motion? Would the clerk take the roll?
Councilmember Porter,
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton, Council President Matavetsky.
Aye.
Councilmember Dundon is absent. Councilmember Costi,
Aye.
Councilmember Hotchkiss.
Aye.
Finance Chair Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Thank you. That's 6-0.
All right. Any other discussion or changes to page 16? Would anyone like to motion something about page 16?
I'd like to make a motion to close page 16.
Second.
Motion to close page 16 by Councilman Middleton, second by Councilman Porter. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, will the clerk take the roll?
Councilmember Porter,
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton, Council President Matavetsky. Councilmember Dundon is absent. Councilmember Costi,
Aye.
Councilmember Hotchkiss.
Aye.
Finance Chair Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Thank you. That's 6-0.
Okay, next I'd like to move to look at pages 27 and 28 again. This is city clerk's budget. Is there any discussion or motions on the city clerk budget?
I had a,
Councilman Middleton.
okay. I know that they had budgeted a senior licensing clerk in here.
I mean, they've proposed.
proposed it,
Something.
proposed. I just wanted to, some information on it, like, what would it do, like, because I think last time we just kind of opened up the pages, but we didn't really discuss, that.
Happy to discuss it. Council President, would you mind lending me your packet so I can go through it?
Thank you.
Sure, I was being generous.
You have your back? No, I got one.
So when we originally proposed this personnel request, it did come along with a whole explanation of the needs for this change. It did hit on several facets of our office. I would say that the largest reason that we asked for this change would be the need for infrastructure changing. Currently, there's only one staffer, which performs front office duties full-time in the city clerk's office. And then a split staffer between the two, and then one staffer in vitals. Functionally, right now, there's two staffers in vitals and one in the clerk's office due to the fact that we recently had a position filled and they're working their way through that with support. The two offices are physically separated by a closed door, and vital statistics can only serve one customer at a time behind closed doors. Cross-training between the offices for that reason is not possible. And it has become very obvious to the deputy clerk and I that the infrastructure is not working. If our senior licensing clerk on the clerk side needs to take a day off, needs to be sick, as a human does, wants to take a vacation, as is a union member's right, there's really no way for us to fill in that gap in a reasonable way without us taking away time from our duties. And we have cross-trained for that purpose, but unfortunately, it does take away time from us performing our regular duties, which is very separate from the duties of the front office. There's just really no way for us to plan for that right now in a way that is long-term structurally feasible. As well, the person that is half-time in the city clerk's office right now has a job description which doesn't match the other person up there, so they actually can't share duties even if they are in the same office. They can't sub in for each other, which would be very helpful should we have two people with the same job title. And just generally the overall numbers of dog licenses, plumbers and electricians licenses, marriage licenses, foils, legislation have all been trending up. So the workload has gotten higher. Also, turnover has been historically quite high. We do think that instituting more support for our employees would make them feel more comfortable staying longer within this office. And if you look at the historical context for staffers within this office, we have traditionally had more staffers, at least an average of one staffer higher up until right around COVID time, where understandably staffing maybe became less important. And last on the list is that the clerk and I, the deputy clerk and I, doing marriage ceremonies during the day has brought in higher revenue to the office. I do think that that is worth considering when we're talking about also adding an expense. Other questions I'm happy to answer.
Is that one of the vacancies that we have open? And the vacancies?
No, that position does not currently exist in the budget.
Is it just, it was just zeroed out, or is that what
No,
happened?
it never existed, I think, Sarah. I think the clerk is proposing to create this.
So it did exist just about, I want to say 4 years ago. I would have to look at, it was just prior to COVID. They were unable to fill that position for a while after the last person who had it left, and then they made the executive decision to fund it around that time.
And it was for that, it was for the amount that you're proposing?
I mean, salaries have adjusted since then a little bit, and I anticipate that salaries will continue to adjust a little bit with negotiation underway. So the number that I provided is just an estimate based on the current senior licensing clerk salary.
I can just speak to the fact that there were 3 full-time positions in the clerk's office until 2010. The position of licensing clerk was demoted to half-time in 2010, so Vitals lost half of their staff, and then we lost half of our staff in the clerk's office. The senior account clerk, which is the position that we're calling senior licensing clerk, did exist until 2019, and it became vacant in 2019, but it became defunded in 2021. So that's actually a recent development, all things considered.
Thank you for updating my timeline.
Thank you for that.
I guess,
I don't know. A question to the finance chair, maybe, is personnel something that we are able to actually change? Or what is that process?
We can put money in the line. Because we can put money in the line. My argument would be that there is a licensing clerk currently listed under the city clerk, and there is a licensing clerk currently listed under vital statistics, both at half pay. And I don't think it would be creating a new position to make that a full-time position in both departments. If you want to bring back a senior or whatever the senior
Senior
accountant clerk,
licensing clerk.
whatever the other title was, I do not know that process. That's certainly going to involve civil service and I do not know that.
And then where's the
Corporation
funding
Council,
gonna?
the memo on creating positions is not clear on, it says they can be added or removed or defunded, but it's not clear.
Yeah, I mean, potentially you could make both of those two positions full-time, but you would need to create those positions through civil service before the end of the year, or the money, it would be gone. It looks like with the new engineering.
Sorry, just to clarify, Sophie, so both positions exist. They're just both currently at half-time. If we increase them to full-time, we would have
just have
to,
to create that position through civil service.
but the position already exists through civil service. It's the
So you'd have to
licensing.
create a full-time licensing clerk and city clerk and a full-time licensing clerk in vitals.
Both
'Cause they're
times
both
that they dropped
half-time.
the position to halftime, they didn't go through civil service to drop them to halftime, just to be clear.
But to add a position and to change their job titles, because the job titles, the licensing clerk and the vitals clerk in the vitals department is going to be all
Be
vitals.
Then
Nothing in the licensing department and vice versa. So
Both,
you have to have a new job description, which has to go through civil service.
Sure, if we change it to senior licensing clerk, as we're hoping, that would absolutely have to go through civil service. I'm not sure what other parts of the process would have to go through civil service. Not,
yeah, so the licensing clerk you have at 0.5 and city clerk at 33.5. If you wanted to make that a senior licensing clerk to bump it up to 40, you'd have to change the job description from a shared position to city clerk and likewise in vitals. You know, the vital clerk would have to be a full-time with.
but the job description isn't tied into the city clerk's office or the vital statistics office. Senior licensing clerk is
You mentioned earlier that you said the job descriptions were different.
no, I'm saying there's a difference between licensing clerk and senior licensing clerk.
Right.
I'm trying to, the job description itself of licensing clerk does not vary from department to department.
Civil service is going to want to know that, I think. If you create the different position and it's going to be all in one department and all in another.
I mean, the two positions exist, you're just moving them to a full position in each.
yeah,
department.
exactly. So
So I think you can accomplish that. You just need to run it through civil service and make sure the
That's
civil
fine.
service.
We can work that
section
out with-
Establishes the position and the job. I mean, they meet every month.
No one has formally proposed anything at this point. We're just
Right, just to
asking
clarify.
how this would happen and whether or not we are actually empowered to make such a change. That's what.
That's what
That's
I'm
the question.
answering.
Yeah.
We would certainly pursue whatever avenues are necessary.
And we've also run this by personnel and no red flags were raised in terms of being able to pass this through civil service. So I think Councilmember Kavanaugh's idea that we would potentially take a halftime to a full-time and a halftime to a full-time and adjust descriptions as necessary would probably be the best way to go about it. We're not proposing a brand new title necessarily.
And to speak a little bit to the creation of the position, if that was the route that you chose, I can't say that I've overseen that process myself or know the details, but I have seen legislation within the legislative database in which council created a position in different departments. So we could certainly look into that.
So, one of the things that not having the second person being there does is that it takes I mean, basically, I guess the equivalent in the mayor's office might be that if the deputy mayor had to consistently fill in for the secretary in the front desk instead of doing the, deputy mayor role. I guess it's kind of akin to that we're pulling away our resources that, from what I can gather, records management is, we're far off on our city charter and have been predating you both. But there's a lot of good things that maybe we could get at if there wasn't as much front desk service work from people that are able to do the other work.
Yeah.
I speak to that a little. I mean, currently when our front of office staff has to take a day off or take a day, the answer is that the deputy clerk has to sit in front and has to deal with constituents coming in and out all day, which means that she can't deal with her regular duties, or the both of us have to sit in our offices in the back and constantly stand up and listen for the door being opened and closed, which is also a pretty big time suck.
It's negative experience for constituents.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say that constituents have been having negative experiences. I think we've done a good job of triaging.
In terms of like,
But
you
yeah.
want to walk in, you want to be greeted. you
Yeah,
wanna see a
absolutely.
face.
I think the
It's
big
less
thing
than
is,
ideal.
if you look at the job descriptions of the clerk and the deputy clerk, we're both working far outside the scope of our own job descriptions right now by covering the front desk and constituent services, which we're happy to do. But ultimately, it creates an issue when our staff, who rightly, as they're part of CSEA, should have time off, should be able to take sick time. It creates a competing incentive structure where they don't feel comfortable being able to do that necessarily because their job is not being covered by somebody else. And to your point, Councilmember Matavetsky, there are a number of records management projects that the clerk and I identified from the moment that we came into office that we haven't been able to give our attention to, that would really help the city, to your point about risk management, Corporation Council, get the city into compliance. It's highly necessary. And I think it would be more feasible to realize those projects if we had another staff member.
I just want to confirm that this position was vacant for 2 years before it was eliminated.
It was vacant during COVID, so there weren't people physically in the office. And I think that also probably contributed to.
Correct me if I'm wrong, deputy clerk, but I believe it became vacant right around the end of 2019, so
Yeah.
just prior to COVID.
Yeah. And it was unfunded right after COVID. So like someone left at the end of 2019, they didn't have the same duties because they weren't serving constituents in person in the same way. And then the position became unfunded afterward.
And we wouldn't have to, I'm sorry. And for that position, we could hire them and then they could take the civil service after, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
That kind of regular practice in this
Okay.
building. Yeah.
Yeah. Just making sure.
So I'll make a motion.
I second.
I didn't make a motion. I motion to increase line A1410.510000 by $40,000.
Could I offer a note?
Absolutely.
You might want to increase that one by 20 and the vital statistics one by 20.
I withdraw my motion and
What's 25? It's already in here. How much is in contingency right now?
Right now in contingency, before the meeting started, there was 42,990. We put a couple of things in there, so now you're down to 40,290
Plus the 25 that's already in there.
plus the 25 that's in there.
okay, so a motion to increase line A1410.51000 by $20,000.
Motion to increase A1410.51000 by $20,000 by Councilman Hotchkiss. Is there a second?
I second.
Seconded by Councilman Porter. Is there discussion on the motion?
I guess I have a question about whether or not the vital records would require a full-time person or that could be left at halftime.
I mean, I think
Just
that
for,
the customer service issues might be a little bit different between the two offices, but the infrastructure issues are exactly the same between the two offices. Just functionally, if one person wants to take a day off, the door is closed all day. It's really not the level of, and we can't cross-train somebody from the other side to be there full-time without losing support on the clerk side. So that's really not the experience that I would like to offer to constituents.
I'd also just,
if there was a side that had higher traffic flow or more needs, is there one side over the other?
I definitely wouldn't be able to say that. They are very different in the way that they're structured. The city clerk's office often sees multiple clients at once. The vital statistics office, by necessity, due to the confidentiality of the information being discussed, has to see one client at a time, and therefore work is more likely to pile up on one side than the other, even if the customer interaction is higher on the city clerk side. So you'll notice that that door is always closed. That's not an accident. That's because every single thing that's talked about there is confidential.
I also just flagged that we're talking about literally life and death on the other side of the office. So deaths pile up over the weekend, live births pile up over the weekend. There is a necessity to have somebody who's customer facing the entire day and someone who also deals with the backlog of live births and signing off on death certificates. There is a historical precedent before the clerk and I came into office of customer service issues within that office. There's a documented history of that. We think that that's improved over our tenure, and we think it would improve even further if there were 2 full-time staff over there.
We talked a bit about the clerk being defunded somewhat recently with COVID. Was it similar on the vital statistics side, or I'm trying to get the
Megan,
pieces
correct
straight.
me if I'm wrong, but I do believe that that was historically 1.5 people for most of the time. But again, there was a track record of a series of complaints that I've been able to pull over time that often went up to the mayor's office around like the response time to things, relationships with the funeral homes, those kinds of things that I think have improved over time. And I can just say anecdotally that we've seen them improve significantly since we've had 2 full-time people over there since our new hire. I can pull the data for you though on the history of that hire if you'd like.
And I just also kind of wanted to chime in a little bit on the backlog of organizational work that is present within that office. Maybe there was a point in the past where all the organization was up to date and 1.5 people was plenty. At this point, although I still think the infrastructure issues pose a problem. At this point, though, the level of backlog that has accumulated in terms of the literal physical documents, I am happy to give any of you a quick little tour, would occupy 2 full-time staff members for a very significant amount of time. We're talking years.
So if I could weigh in generally on kind of the administration's thoughts on this.
Of course, Deputy Mayor.
So this is obviously a large expenditure. I'm truly sympathetic to the request and understand where it's coming from. I think our feeling is that there are other departments throughout City Hall that have similar staffing needs, and there are other expenses that I think council now has, council certainly has a good grasp on, having gone through this budget process for the first time with us, that are constantly competing for attention. So while I'm sympathetic, I think I just want to bring some of those expenses to council's attention. The one is the parks maintainer position that was unfunded in this budget that council approved when the parks commissioner was here to present. So that's obviously a union Teamsters position that was unfilled and unfunded this year. That's just part of the budgeting process. Every year we look at the vacant positions and we make decisions on, should this stay funded? Why is this vacant? Does the department need it? Should we try to fill it? Parks agreed to unfunding the position for 2025. And if you recall, the Commissioner Ballard said in his presentation that that's a position that they're hoping to get back in 2026. They just sort of agreed to do it for cost savings purposes to help out the city budget. So I just want to make sure council is aware of sort of the competing interests and needs and the difference that a position like that would make. The parks maintainer is just what it sounds like. It's responsible for maintaining the city parks, city-owned properties, mowing, cleanups, making sure they're ready and safe for the kids and the residents that use them. The other expense I think coming down the pike that council may or may not be aware of is after the mayor presented his budget, the Broome County notified us that they and other municipalities that they're going to be starting to charge us for collection of the collection of our taxes. The mayor shared a copy of that letter from the county executive with Councilman Kavanaugh last week. Whether or not that plays out I think we're still looking into whether or not the agreement is going to require us to pay that funding, but that's estimated to be at around $70,000. And I think the pitch from the mayor was, should there be a contingency line where if we are forced to pay that $70,000, it's accounted for somewhere in the budget. So again, I'm sympathetic to the request and I understand where we're coming from, but I just want to make sure we're aware of the kind of competing needs from the other departments and throughout the city.
Mayor Hyman, I completely hear you. And I agree that there are many departments in in City Hall that could use a lot more support, but I really do want to point to the larger liability carried by our office, that our records being out of compliance and improperly maintained affects not only our office, but the overall city's liability. So I do think that there's kind of a greater conversation to be had there.
I get it, it's tough all over. So, but I do find it more important that we have to be in compliance with our records, because it sure has been off. So
I think the other thing to consider is that the registrar position was just filled and started recently. So is it wise to kind of take a moment to have that person settle in, reassess the office's needs, revisit this halfway through next year, and when there's kind of a better feel for the department operating with that position?
The deputy clerk, very fortunate to oversee a full staff for the majority of our tenure here in the building. So I do feel respectfully that we have been able to kind of assess the needs even outside of this new registrar.
Do you mind if I weigh in? I'm just gonna talk finances. I know you're moving money from contingency, so in order for like cost saving measures and stuff, I was thinking like if you're gonna say it's 40,000, start the person on April 1st, that'd be 75%. So it'd be at 30,000. You'd only have to fund 30,000. Plus you also have to consider you have to add in retirement and Social Security as well.
So I did those calculations based on a salary of 40,000. If they start January 1st, we have to take $47,860 from contingency, put some to retirement, put some to Social Security, and then the rest would be in the lines as we said. If you wanted to start February 1st, because it takes some time to do the hiring and they probably won't be here till February 1st, it would be $43,795. And if you did a March 1st start date, it would be the $40,123. So that a March 1st start date would be closer to the 40,000 total.
I just wanted to add on, I do sympathize, like, we're all running short, but I would say that the clerk's office interacts like most with the public and most of our constituents. So, like they said, I worry about the liability of not having things in order, because we do, and they do. The clerk's office interacts the most with.
Also,
City
just say,
residents.
we're like in the upper echelon of about 500 foils so far this year, and that's not including police or fire foils. All of those FOILs have been responded to within the window expected, except when there are cases of confidentiality or redaction that take a significant amount of time. We're at about a 92% response rate right now. But if I had more time to deal with FOILs on a more regular basis, I think we could be in even better compliance. Same thing with just the trending amount of work that's on the back end of the office and the trending amount of work that's customer facing. It really is going to require a higher demand of staff and a higher volume of interaction over time. And so while I'm also empathetic to the fact that the whole building is short on staff, I do think that we deal with some very significant risk in our office.
I think probably every department of building has been asked at some point to hold off on some sort of expense, hold off on that new staff person, or can you go without a staff person for a little while? And I think I think council members throughout the budget process have been consistently asking, trying to find out needs from department heads and stuff, and then needs that were possibly not met, sacrifices that have been asked to be made. And Deputy Mayor points out, in particular, parks maintainer this year, which does increase certainly the workload of each parks department employee a little bit, but they have more bodies to spread that work around on. And the clerk's office, I think, has been asked to make that sacrifice already, was asked to make that sacrifice in 2020 and 2021 and 2022. And we've come out of COVID now. Seem to be seeing a higher workload. I think city council, I think we need to take a little bit of that on our shoulders. We've been asking, I think we've been doing more digging, more question asking, more meeting having, longer meeting having than the previous council in the past 4 years or 6 years even maybe. And that's been adding to the legislative duties of our clerks. If you look at other cities, if you go up one level of government to the county, there's separate legislative staff, separate clerk staff for city council. Here, we've combined those functions, and we are a small city, so that makes sense. But we've also, for many, many years, had that function alongside more professional staff in the office doing more of the day-to-day customer customer interactions. I think as a old archivist and somebody that's very concerned about records management and preservation, I don't think we've been doing a great job as a city on that. And I think that's a duty the clerks have been historically been kind of pushing aside, and that's going to be fine until one day it's not. So I do think there's liability issues there. So it's a significant expense for sure, but I also think it's one that can we can at least try out and reap, see what we reap with it. And I do appreciate the comptroller's office kind of crunched the numbers there, and a realistic start date is probably a quarter into next year. So, and that would kind of keep us on that budget track, I think. Those are my thoughts. I don't know.
I'm ready to make a motion. There's a motion?
Motion.
We discussed a motion.
Oh, we didn't vote on it?
You made the motion on
Oh,
20,000.
You're still going? Okay. Yeah, my thoughts are that we should vote on this. I think it would have been nice that these numbers could have been discussed with the mayor prior to having his proposed budget here. I know they sent in all their requests for their department. And I think prior to having the proposed budget here, those should have been taken into consideration. And I think that would have alleviated some of this conversation that we're having now. But yeah, I would love to vote on this.
I guess I'll throw out that there's kind of the two different positions, and I think maybe the more discussion will impact me one way or another, but I'm more comfortable with creating 1.5, which is going back to what was, having two clerks in the clerk's office and 1.5 in the other side, because that would not be expanding beyond what was. And then checking back in after we make it through the winter, because again, remember, we put stuff into contingency. It was the padding for things like salt and vehicle parts and things that are going to take some damage over the winter, and reassess city finances following that to discuss whether or not we want to create a full-time, turn both halves into wholes.
So if I can just very briefly speak to that, once again, the records on the vital side of the office are integral records. They are records that can never be destroyed. And they are currently being stored in such a condition that if we were audited by New York State, we would be severely out of compliance, to the point that it's quite uncomfortable to walk through that office at this point. And that's no staff member's particular fault. It's of decades of non-compliance. And so we do feel that there is an urgency to have 2 full-time staff on that side of the office to be able to train up that staff in order to get those records into compliance.
Absolutely. I think the deputy clerk isn't overstating at all the state of documents in that office. If you would all like, we can take a quick field trip downstairs and I can show you.
We believe you.
No, and just to say, like, we currently have one member of staff that's been there for a long time, is an incredibly valued member of our staff, but hasn't necessarily been given the professional development opportunities to be able to work on that particular task. We have a new member of staff who has significant history with records management in a different way, who we believe could direct that member of staff into those kinds of projects. So we have an opportunity that hasn't been granted to this office in a very long time. To Council Member Kavanaugh's point, the clerk's office has taken a hit for a very long time, and it's very evident in the way that records have been stored. The current response time for vital records requests is abysmal comparatively to other municipalities, where they're not using quite literally a microfiche machine to go through records that have been damaged in the way that they've been stored already. So I do think that there is a compelling reason to have 2 full-time staff on both sides of the office if we want to mitigate risk and improve the constituent experience at the City of Binghamton.
To President Matavetsky's point, and I guess a question that I've had on the moves to contingency that we've talked about is when funding was cut from engineering for overtime or DPW for overtime and snow removal operations, there was a discussion on, is that like, will that truly be held in contingency? So we'll wait and see if next year when the snow falls, if we need to use that. And if so, I think that I could live with that from a public safety standpoint. But if it is not and is being moved into something else entirely, I think that leaves us in a bad spot.
I think we got more coming into contingency before this meeting's over.
I'm in agreement with that.
So I'd like to call the question.
Councilman Hotchkiss calls the question. One we haven't used in a while. All right. Will the clerk call the roll?
Councilmember Porter,
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton,
Aye.
Council President Matavetsky.
Go nay.
Councilmember Costi,
No.
Councilmember Hotchkiss.
Aye.
Council Bennett.
Aye.
Thank you. That's 4-2.
Just to,
I got it.
just
I
so I
have-
can clarify, 20,000 was put in personnel services and 20,000 was put in the other personnel services line that you
I
mentioned.
thought we only did one at a time.
Just to-
Only the city clerk personnel services. We have not
Here
touched
comes the-
vital records.
Oh,
personnel
this motion was just on the first.
Here comes the second one. All right, I'd like to make a motion, or I make a motion to
Wait, before you make that motion, so what would that leave us left in contingency?
Originally, I started talking because I just wanted to make sure that if you add 40,000 to the budget, that's a start date of March 1st.
Is that accounting for benefits?
And you said April, didn't Chuck say April would kind of be better?
Those benefits wouldn't be coming from the personnel line though, right? I don't need to speak here.
Those benefits are actually gonna come from Social Security and retirement.
Retirement's a separate line, but I don't think that's gonna matter.
It's not gonna matter. We can move that in
So 76 is still open, so let's turn to 76, I think, for Councilman Hotchkiss's motion.
Hold on.
Yep, on page 76, the vital statistics, I make a motion to.
Wait, I'm sorry. I just wanted to know what we have left in contingency. I'm
We
sorry.
got it.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
excuse me. I want to know. Do you want me to start rolling my neck? I want to know.
You have 25,290 left right now.
Okay.
Like, make a motion to increase line
A lot.
A
Sorry.
4020.51000 by $20,000.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion by Councilman Hotchkiss to move $20,000 from contingency to line A 4020.51000 personal services, seconded by Councilman Porter. Discussion on the motion, which would be very similar discussion on the
Well,
last motion.
It sounded like from our discussion that this is the more urgent position, even though no one wanted to say which one was more urgent, so.
I can't say that one is more urgent than the other. They're both
Compliance. Okay.
urgent in two different ways. So the compliance of marriage licenses on the other side of the office is also completely out of standard. I would say that birth and death records, given that they are records that can never be destroyed or moved off-site at all, like they can't go to Rogers, there needs to be somebody full-time working on that project to some extent, or at least supporting that project moving along. That being said, on the clerk side, we experience a high volume of constituents coming in. We experience calls that are unparalleled to the other side. We experience more complex problems in some ways than sort of the rote birth, death system that goes on the other side. So it's not that we won't make a call on what's more urgent. We do truly believe after 10 months of observing all of the positions, I've personally cross-trained on every position in the office and spent time on both sides of the office, that both positions are equally very urgent for us to have staff filled.
Further discussion? Will the clerk call the roll?
Councilmember Porter,
All right.
Councilmember Middleton.
Aye.
Council President Matavetsky,
Aye.
absent, Steve,
No.
Councilmember Hotchkiss.
Aye.
Finance Chair Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Thank you. That is 5-1.
Okay, any further discussion on pages 27 and 28? Or we have also discussed 76, so anything else on 27, 28, and 76?
There was, I don't think we did the adjustment for the paper, for the special license paper that was requested.
Okay. How's $500? $500. All right, I'll make the motion. I'd like to motion to add $500 to line A 1410.54101 office supplies and increase it $500 to $2,500.
I'll second it.
Motion by me, second by Councilman Porter. Any other discussion on the motion? Seeing none, the clerk call the roll.
Councilmember Porter,
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton.
Aye.
Council President Matavetsky.
Aye.
Councilmember Dundon is absent. Councilmember Costi.
Aye.
Councilmember Hotchkiss.
Aye.
Finance Chair Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Thank you. It's 6-0.
Okay, is there a motion on 27 and 28 and 76?
I'll make a motion to close.
Motion to close 27, 28, and 76 by Councilman Middleton. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Costi. Would the clerk call the roll?
As amended.
Would that be as amended?
As
As
amended,
amended.
Thank you.
it was me. Sorry.
Councilmember Porter,
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton.
Aye.
Council President Matavetsky,
Aye.
Councilmember Dunn is absent, Councilmember Costi,
Aye.
Councilmember Hotchkiss,
Aye.
Finance Chair Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Thank you, 6-0.
Okay. I would like to motion to reconsider page 51 unallocated insurance. I will explain why. We the last budget meeting, we decreased the outside legal services line essentially, which is M 42801 by $50,000. No, sorry, that's not right.
Decrease.
M 1910.54430 by $50,000. There is no contingency line in the M fund. It's just money that we send over from the general fund, and that creates the M fund. So it doesn't go anywhere if we just reduce that line. So right now we have reduced it and it doesn't have anywhere to go. So my proposal is to open the unallocated insurance page, which is where that funding comes from the general fund, which is on page 51, and reduce that line by $50,000, which would reduce funding to the M fund by $50,000 and would fix that discrepancy and would put $50,000 back into contingency on the general fund side of things.
I'll second.
This is just to open the page,
Oh.
then I'll make my motion. So I'm motioning to reconsider page 51,
Second.
seconded by Councilman Middleton. Would the clerk call the roll?
Councilmember Porter,
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton.
Aye.
Council President Matavetsky, Councilmember Dunn is absent, Councilmember Costi.
Aye.
Councilmember Hotchkiss.
Aye.
Finance Chair Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Thank you, the 6-0.
Okay, now,
I'm sorry, I'm
Oh,
late on this, but
yes.
I'm unclear on, so the cut to the legal services line and the risk budget stays, and then this is an additional cut?
No,
No,
we were
no.
told that the other one was illegitimate because it's an M line and there's no M contingency to move it to.
So that doesn't have to be undone, that's just not. This cut is replacing that
Yes.
one.
Correct.
Okay.
Essentially. So the cut from that line in the M fund doesn't have anywhere to go.
Right,
So this reduces the funding into M, which fixes the balance.
okay.
And puts that back into.
Push it right back in.
Puts it back into.
Back to the general, correct? This is the way of pushing it back up.
But it's not real revenue.
Yeah.
But the
My
other-
phone's
But we're not cutting a revenue line. I'm cutting an expense line on the general fund. I didn't say it's not unprecedented. I didn't say it's precedented. No, we've cut an expense in the M fund. Correct. So now we're cutting what the general fund, we're cutting the general fund expense, which happens to fix the M fund.
Okay, but.
It just does. But I'm doing it, it just happens. Like, the city is deciding not to spend $50,000 over it.
But, like, when we were talking about. it, they got like $40,000. Okay. Yep. Okay.
I don't know another way to do it.
I thought it was from the legal services.
No, I'm not.
That's what it is.
Well, I can't, so I cannot, well, depending on what is.
It needs to be from the other legal lines.
We got, so I don't know. Dig into law quick. If you can, so we can't alter the final amount of the entire thing.
I think we can. I think it's clear. We definitely have time. We can keep it from my. It's from me. Then. That's why it's option that wrong. It's a very easy, it's just.
All right, I mean, this is not. This is not make it difficult to.
Yes.
Building, you think, or-
It will make it difficult, but I think it's a cleaner way to do it. That fix it when you want to do that.
We've changed. Well, but we're changing revenue. We're decreasing revenue. Yeah. We're decreasing expense line. What? Well, again. Oh. You know, maybe I.
This one, I think.
Okay, all right. I mean, I know it's the same spec, but it's like it doesn't show where it's really coming from. It really don't.
Yeah, and I mean, I didn't know what it said. I don't know.
This is where I thought the email was. That's all. It's the same concept. It's just.
No, I get it, but it's not. The intent. We can do it. You'll do it this way. So, Councilman Dunn in month of May. Right, we're having more efficient work. Hopefully, a little bit of what we budget for right now. I mean, I guess we will just refill these lines and make them transfer. Yeah. Okay. If they need to- Well, I mean, I don't know how things get built, but stuff gets built from. Yeah. All right. We find out, we need to have the real revenue. Anyhow.
Now that
I know that, which line is in the sand.
Yeah. No, and
I know,
I
okay,
feel like
yes.
you leave
Can we get a brief overview for
Okay,
what we're
so
discussing?
I was trying to stay true to Councilman Dundon's motion to trim back the outside counsel line, which would have been apparently unprecedented in actually trimming anything out of the M fund. So the way to move move. Oh, yes.
I think I can solve this problem.
Okay,
Why don't you go ahead and create a line in, a contingency line in the M fund?
I don't think they can.
They can't.
We're not allowed to make lines, apparently. We've been told a lot.
Okay, you can't.
From my
reline.
understanding.
Okay.
you can create a line, I think. Who creates lines? Write it in the book right now. Contingency line, give it a number. Right. Right. So anyway, so I rescind my motion to open 51. Instead. Oh, okay. Did we reopen? All right, fine. Yes, that's right. Right. So I motion to close page 51.
Second.
Discussion on the motion. We're going to take it out of, we're going to take it out of page 30 instead.
Page 30.
Yes, we'll have to reopen page. Well, no, we haven't closed it. We're going to go back to page 30 to do this. Just trust me.
Moment of
Trust
trust.
you how?
Yes.
I'm
All right.
still
That
taking-
has to be, is there need to be a motion for that to be undone?
They're reclosing
okay.
page 51. So you made the motion. Did someone second?
I wanted-
Okay, so let's vote.
Well, hold on. I'm
So need
discussing.
discussion. Oh,
Yeah, that's
please.
what I want to discuss.
No, we just gotta close this page. That's my,
Yes.
we're gonna get there. We're gonna get there.
Are we getting the same amount?
Yes.
Yeah, we're gonna get
Okay.
there.
All right, that's my question. That was my whole point of the discussion.
Okay, yes, we're getting there. Just in a
Different
accounting-
way.
Have to close
accountingly
50
acceptable way,
Close 51.
or at least. All right, will you call the roll, please?
Absolutely. Councilmember Porter,
All right.
Councilmember
Aye.
Middleton, Council President
Aye.
Matavetsky, Councilmember Dundon is absent, Councilmember Costi,
Aye.
Councilmember Hotchkiss, Finance Chair Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Thank you. That's 6-0.
I'm old. Now. Right.
Close, now we're on page 30.
All right, so. Did we actually close? We didn't close this, did we? 213 is not closed. No, it's open. We're good. So we just got right. So I'm going to go to page 213 and going to motion to undo Councilman Dundon's cut to line M1910.54430, restore $50,000 to make the budget $650,000.
Second.
This is being restored from the ether, I guess. It's kind of weird. The cloud.
line
It's
again,
being
Mr.
stored in the cloud.
What line you again?
Yeah, I lost the page.
I'm sorry, it's
We're on page-
213.
213, but yeah, that's why I'm asking what line you were saying.
It's line M1910.54430.
Okay.
So do I have a second? And I'll explain. Naked second. maybe.
Second.
Okay, thank you. Multiple seconds. Right. So we're going to undo this cut just to make sure it's undone, even though it might have been invalid in the first place. So let's just undo it. And then we're going to move to page 30 and get the $50,000 straight from the general fund and move into contingency where we've done everything else. Okay?
I'm just gonna have some faith.
Yes, please. Thank you. Any other discussion? Will the clerk call the roll?
Councilmember Porter,
All right.
Councilmember Middleton, Council President Matavetsky,
Aye.
Councilmember Dundon is absent, Councilmember Costi,
Aye.
Councilmember Hotchkiss,
Aye.
Finance Chair Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Thank you. That's 6-0.
Thank you. All right. So now let's turn to law, which is pages 29 and 30. And I would, let's see, do you care how you want? 35 and 15, okay.
Taking it from
Take it.
legal services.
Take it. Minus 35 and minus 15. 13.
So
All right. Okay. Motion to reduce line A 1420.54105 litigation and arbitration expenses by $35,000 from 48,000 to $13,000.
Second.
Motion by me, seconded by Councilman Hotchkiss. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Why are we decreasing to 13,000? Is there just, are we going
We're
line by
taking,
line?
we're
line?
collecting, we're taking the $50,000 from two different lines. So we're not zeroing any lines that she needs to spend from right away. The 35 is coming from A 1420, 54105.
Five. And what's the other one?
So this is this motion. The other one's going to be from an A 1420, 54430.
Oh, so, okay.
Okay. That's the separate motion. Yeah, so 35 from A 1420, 54105, which will leave 13,000.
Okay.
Okay. So motion by me, second by Councilman Hotchkiss, right?
Yep.
Second.
Will the clerk take the roll when she's done writing?
Councilmember Reporter,
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton.
Aye.
Council President Matavetsky.
Aye.
Councilmember Dundon is absent. Councilmember Costi.
Aye.
Councilmember Hotchkiss.
Aye.
Finance Chair Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Thank you. It's 6-0.
Okay, next, I motion to take $15,000 from line A 1420, 54430 legal services and reduce it to $5,500.
I'll second.
Motion by me, second by Councilwoman Middleton. Any discussion on the motion?
We're reducing this line by $15,000, correct?
Correct. For
Okay.
a total of 50.
Yep.
But that would be what, leaves it $25,000 or?
It leaves 5,500 in that particular line, but it's a total of 50,000, which is what was the original amount we were going to take from the legal services line in the other fund. It's tricky to do.
You only,
You took it a different way.
So, but is that money able to be used in this? I mean, that they're different budget lines. Is this, does this
So this
in
money
essence
goes into
do something different than our original proposal?
this money goes into, this is the same effect. So this money goes into contingency in the general fund. It just will make possibly how the legal department's going to do expenses weird. We may move money, end up doing a transfer of some sort later. Maybe back from that original line in the M fund that we tried to cut. Back over here. So this is taking money from where we know we can take money and putting it where we know we can put money. And it will be there.
The money that we're, yeah, so the other money does have a way of flowing into these lines so that they can be spent on the things that the legal department needs money.
Control, I think we can do an interfund transfer later.
Yes, it's much easier to do it through the RL process than do it through the budget process. Much easier.
It doesn't make their heads hurt.
There's no way to do that. During the budget process.
Not really, but.
Call the question.
Yes. Thank you. It's useful. All right. Will the clerk call the roll, please?
Councilmember Porter,
aye.
Councilmember
Aye.
Middleton, Council President Matavetsky.
Aye.
Councilmember Dundon is absent. Councilmember Costi.
Aye.
Councilmember Hotchkiss.
Aye.
Finance Chair Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Thank you. It's 6-0.
Okay. Now, we are still on pages 29 and 30. Is there a motion on these pages?
Motion to move pages 29 and 30 as amended.
I'll second
Councilman
it.
Costi, motion to move pages
second.
29 and 30 as amended. Is there a second?
I'll take it back.
Councilman Porter has seconded. Is there
No,
discussion?
he said he was.
He
gonna
rescinded
say-
his second.
I rescinded
Does
it.
anyone
Okay.
second? No seconds. Okay, we are back to discussion on the pages of 29 and 30.
Yep. So I think previously we had some discussion about the personal services line on 29 and the other related line on the risk page. We kind of went back and forth. I have I made my proposal and I emailed it out. I have a different proposal tonight. That would go a bit further. Do you want me to discuss it before I make the motion? Okay. So
Yes, please.
actually, no, I'm just gonna talk about it. So, before we get there, I had some notes I wanted to talk about. So in the interim of having that discussion, I think a number of people reached out to us about the salary increases and how they were feeling that there was, I'm gonna say favoritism for lack of a better word, but I think it's kind of understandable that there's a lot of people in City Hall who aren't receiving salary increases, that are having trouble making ends meet and have families to feed and all other different hosts of responsibilities, and they're not really being considered for raises. So it looks really rough, where these are generally higher paid positions that are asking for very, very large increases, and I understand why, but that's something that I've taken into consideration, and I think a number of folks here have also taken into consideration, and in hearing from other employees. What else did I want to talk about? So I think part of the conversation that we had the last budget hearing where we were discussing this was that the intention of these increases were for retention within the law department and the risk department. And I think while that would help that department for sure, I think it's incredibly bad for morale across the city if everyone sees this one department getting all these increases and everybody else is told to stay in their place, or their contract negotiations come to a halt. And that, I don't think that makes other people really get excited to come work for Binghamton, for the city, and stay on board for a really long time. Or if they have been on board for a long time and haven't seen the same salary increases that are being proposed here today. Yeah, so I don't think that helps with retention across the whole city. I think it would help the law department, but I think there's other considerations to be had when we're offering really intense raises to one department and not really considering the different departments and different bargaining groups. So that's where I wanted to start. I don't know if anybody else has any feedback or anything they wanted to add to that conversation before I.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, people started, both constituents and people within City Hall have started reaching out. People of both parties have reached out to me. I had some good conversations following the neighborhood assembly on South Side. And I think most people in the private sector looking, and I understand, I've been trying to wrap my head around this and understand that the city does compensation just wildly different than private sector, but normally like you'd need to be in a position for 6 months and have a performance review before getting a dramatic raise. So someone starting in September, getting a raise before they've even done work seems, and I understand that the city kind of just does entire departments at one time, and doesn't function like the rest of the world. But I think for most people, when you just talk them through what's going on, the reaction is not positive. So I'd say from the taxpayers that have reached out, in addition to city people, it's clear that this is very unpopular. For me, I think, we had a bit of a back and forth on numbers and what is reasonable. And I would say I would like to see a citywide salary study, so that we can really take into account a big picture and have some kind of consistent numbers. I think there was kind of an agreement that we didn't have good salary numbers with which to make a decision. So I would like good salary numbers. I would like, once we get through the winter and we're a little bit better understanding our budget, and where we're standing, I would like to look into getting a salary study done so that we can really understand who is underpaid and who is not, and have shared facts, because I think it's really hard to have these discussions without shared facts and a system level view and not just a department by department.
Yeah, like a precedent, like something that's like
Yeah,
set.
and
Yeah,
I'd like to see that every that study done every 5 years,
yeah.
so that it can be part of our 5-year planning, which we really need to get on top of.
Yes, most definitely. And I just want to add on to you, I do know that CSCA, they still haven't negotiated their contract yet. And I think it's, from what I've been hearing, it's like an estimated 2 or 3% in their raise. So that's just my.
Sure.
And you're talking about my staff, you know, I understand that comparing our office to other departments in the city is like apples and oranges. I've given you a comparison 50 feet away. You know, to be an attorney, you have to be highly trained, receive a lot of education, and there's a lot of competition out there, you know, and like the clerks were just talking about, our office's job is to make sure we mitigate risk and reduce long-term outside counsel costs, settlement costs. The way to do that is to have a fully staffed and highly trained legal office, which we finally have. Comparing us, it's like apples and oranges completely, because you're not going to find a better comparison salary wise than between us and the county. Like, forget about, like, I wasn't privy to whatever numbers council president was looking at, but there were numbers from Franklin County, which the population of Franklin County is less than the city of Binghamton. And I'm not worried about my staff moving to Batavia or Malone or anything like that. I'm worried about them walking across the parking lot where they can make tens of thousands of dollars more. That's
Other
where-
council members talked about specific cities. You guys.
Syracuse.
Yeah, Syracuse. I don't know.
Niagara Falls.
Just
and
to make
Albany.
sure we're not getting into la la land on
No, I mean, you
specific micros.
You could
I mean, we're
pull-
looking at Syracuse, we're looking at Ithaca, we're looking at more comparable areas.
Yeah, you could look at White Plains. I mean, you could look at it, you could find a number to support whatever position
Right.
that.
And well, and that's
wanna
why we
look
need a
at.
third party
Just like
citywide
research
salary
support.
study, and then we can all get on the same page about some facts about what is appropriate and isn't appropriate. I don't know what's appropriate, and I'm not going to pretend I know.
So I
But
think
I don't believe that anyone in this room knows what an appropriate salary is.
I think the county salaries that were shared are a very good jumping off point, but the other thing and the difference, I think, between Corp Counsel and I'm not sure which departments or employees that we're referencing, but those have bargaining units, so the salary negotiations happen within that context. The salary negotiations with Corp Counsel are happening right here. So that's a difference, and
So
Well, and
we need to make
also-
sure we get some numbers that are consistent and we can see context. for
But
the
I've
city.
given you the county number. So what would you think is a better barometer
Well, I think this study there needs to be a study that like
of what?
normal, where it
don't
takes
think
into
the
account
county-
both comp cities and the facts on the ground, which would include the county's number and what might include some private sector numbers, and it would take all of that into account. I don't have the specialty in that,
Council
and
President.
no one in this room does.
In the meantime, if you're proposing waiting until next budget, then
I'm interested in hearing what people have
think
to
you run
present
the
tonight,
risk.
but I would be more open to raises based on numbers that we can all agree on and that seem to have. I just Googling the county numbers and pretending we have a staff of a couple of dozen people that you're managing is not equivalent.
no, I think the point with the county numbers is that that's the competition locally, like that's the
Right.
market. Those are
And it's
also.
a different job with a different tax base.
Yeah, but I would just say the risk of waiting for a study, I'm not even sure what that would look like to happen, is that the retention argument goes out the window, and that's the gamble.
I'm open to what people want to put on the table tonight. I don't know Nate's new, or Councilman Hotchkiss's new plan is. I haven't heard it. I'm open to it, but I think that this really shows how desperate the city is for having a real understanding of where we are with salaries across the board, so we can have those discussions.
Yeah, and I'd reiterate that I don't think it's like the county's budget's like $400,000. I don't think that we have the bandwidth to kind of compete with that. It's like we can try to be competitive, but it's a different ballgame. I know the chief of the police department references the state troopers a lot and their starting salaries and how that's really difficult to compete with, but it's just like I
But you
can't
also
remember
need to-
how many billions of dollars the state has versus like our $100 million city.
You need to
That-
realize too, that the county isn't just the county attorney's office. The attorneys that work for the county are the DA's office, the public defender's office, there's a DSS legal department. I mean, these are specialized areas. So like, if you want to be comparable, I mean, again, I'm not worried about my staff moving to Ithaca or Batavia or Malone or anything. I mean, I'm combating them walking 50 feet across the parking lot or across the street or up the street to Main Street to DSS legal and making tens of thousands of dollars more. And you want to talk about specialized areas of law, the entire DA's office has 10 to 20 attorneys. We have one attorney to handle criminal matters for the city. You know, the county attorney's office handles litigation, matters against the city, employment matters, contract matters, real estate matters, and there are multiple attorneys in that office. And you have me. You have the public
understand that.
defender's office. You have, I mean, can I finish? You're talking about my staff salary. You know, so I feel like I need to explain to you exactly what metrics you're using. You know, you have the public defender's office that has 10 to 20 attorneys. I mean, there are multiple attorneys in each office, all making that salary scale that I sent to you over a week ago. No one has reached out to see if I could give them a comparable example or what our office does or how much money we've already saved the city this year by being able to take things back in-house. You know, when you're looking at maybe our office makes more than some other city employees, it's just not comparable. You know, we had to go through years and years of school. Our office also does not offer the public tuition assistance credit that you get working for the county, that if you work for the county for a certain number of years, you get certain public loans forgiven. Our office doesn't have that added benefit. Our office doesn't pay $150 an hour like assigned counsel does for criminal, for family court matters. I mean, we're asking for, in some cases, like a $10 an hour raise to save the city hundreds of thousands of dollars. Because if you lose even one of us, you're not paying them $75 an hour, $80 an hour. You're paying them $200, $300, $400 an hour. So I understand what you're saying, and I certainly don't want anybody to struggle, but I have to fight for my staff because I know that there's a void that could be filled by one of them, and they could easily be making tens of thousands of dollars more. And I think that needs to be appreciated in not only the risk mitigation to our constituents, but also the cost savings. And comparing us to any other department in the city is complete apples to oranges, apples to kiwis, apples to bananas. I mean, we interface with every single department in the city. You cannot say that about any other department, but maybe the mayor's office. We do not get overtime. I'm sitting here till almost 11 o'clock at night. I'm not getting overtime. I still have to be at work tomorrow.
But I
mean,
think it's also just that it's that like
Things are tough all over. The whole point is that when doing this, when we looking at this and looking at other places, I'm not comparing so much as the city hall as I am comparing to other cities that is much bigger or within our size.
well, if you're
That's what
willing to
I'm-
spend
but I'm-
an extra couple $100 an hour for an attorney when they leave to go across the parking lot 50 feet away to make a position that offers tens of thousands of dollars more, that's a question you're going to have to answer to constituents too. So, I mean, I'm just trying to make that point to you that I'm trying to get salary parity for my staff, my paralegal, my secretary, and the 3 other attorneys in that office.
What would it take to get public loan forgiveness for your office?
That's something that's offered by the federal government. I don't know how the county, I mean, that's not something I'm prepared to tackle tonight.
Because that sounds great.
I
I'd love to
just
get you
wanted
guys
to,
that.
I just wanted to add
Yeah.
on to what you're saying. Like
Fantastic
like
opportunity.
I said, Sophie, to you, like, I don't diminish anybody's talent or education. I do understand that. For starters, I do know that nobody gets overtime in the city. Well, that's not true. They do. So I'm gonna take that back. Sorry. But I would, yeah, I know. But I will take that back. But I will say that I just lost my train of thought because I'm just, it's past.
The
my
overtime
bedtime.
point was made to simply emphasize that we're gonna do our jobs,
I know.
no matter if we get paid
Or not.
for 35, 40 hours a week or overtime, like some of the other departments, because that's what our ethical obligation dictates, because we went to law school, because we are highly trained, because I've been an attorney for 17 years. And that kind of experience cannot be replicated for $85 an hour. And that's what I'm asking for. And if you lost even one attorney in our office, you'd have to spend hundreds of dollars, not $100, $200, $300, $400 an hour, which would be a couple $100,000 a year.
Does money, I'm not sure if money will even keep a staff member. I'm not, I mean, I understand that argument that, we have to pay them for that, but I'm not sure if money would keep.
Have we identified the numbers that we're talking about? Because that would also give us a good sense of like, that's very drastic and this would be concerning and employees would probably leave, or is there another proposal on the table?
I think there's probably a balance between areas of concern that we should try and strike here. There's the concern of opportunities in the private sector or opportunities 50 feet away. There's issues of thoughts on that people end up in the public sector, working in public service for a reason. They know pay is not quite what it could be other places, and I think balanced against that is the fact that absolutely the attorneys are some of the most highly educated, highly specialized people in the building. I think maybe only our engineers are comparable in kind of training and rarity, if you will. But and then I don't know how many hands I have here. Third hand is this is a new department, essentially, a lot of new people doing new work, making strides, I think, in how they're doing things with the city and showing some promising signs of savings from outside counsel that we hope will continue next year. Same time, the folks came aboard at not even a year ago at the rates in the book here and the rates that we're at this year. So I think we can look at the job they're doing, find a number that's something that looks to retain them, looks to build the department up, and then also is a consideration of the fact that these are high raises. These are high, just dollar sign raises in any municipal capacity. And even though our department might be playing catch up, I appreciate that. Some of the municipalities, maybe that doesn't all have to happen in 1 year. And maybe we'll have a better idea 6 months from now or a year from now, continued savings, continued efficiencies in the department that are being promised, that are being created by this new team. So I think a lot of our constituents would, look at the raw numbers that we were initially discussing, and say, hey, it's a big salary pool. That's a big increase. But I also think there's some deserving anyway. So I'm just saying, to the deputy mayor's point, and I don't know if the deputy mayor wants to speak on any other. So if we discussed the amount of interface they do with other departments and things, if that's been a change from, if things have changed.
I would also make the point that, I mean, as far as you mentioned morale, I mean, the mayor still has a salary pool, people might not know exactly what's going on. This is just something that was outside the budget. So maybe if you could provide us with your numbers, we could give you a better idea of what we're thinking about.
In terms of,
Exactly what, we don't even know what we're arguing is. Could we get a proposal so we can talk about that?
Yeah.
Can I throw in one more thing
Council
with
President
all the
Badansky, go ahead.
15 hands that we're talking about?
Yes.
I mean, I think that one of the other things that we should be considering is, and maybe this is the right move, but who what department and who in the city represents the highest paid, given that oftentimes the pay is, it shows the values of the city. And obviously our police chief is, I believe, currently our highest paid. Am I correct? Police chief. And so this would, as it's proposed in the budget, would make corporation council the highest paid in the city. So that's what was proposed to us before modification.
It's not really a value thing. It's not that we value one department head the other. It is simply like from a practical standpoint, does the chief's salary, how does it compare with other salaries locally? Would he leave for another position because it's not competitive? In Corp Council's case, they would leave for other positions because our salaries are not competitive. So that's like, it's hard to say, like, the department heads and the employees are not competing like amongst themselves for salaries. We're trying to compete against the outside market that could pull our employees out. But yes, I like having numbers on this would really help us if it's like determine
Councilman
it.
Hotchkiss sounds
Sure, I think, I'd also like to add, so in the 2024 budget, the Corp Council was at $98,000, but I don't think that's what you came in at, or that's what your salary currently is. Is that accurate?
That's accurate, yeah.
So
And I don't think Bob's salary is accurate in there.
Bob's salary is not accurate either. And like neither.
Correct. Everyone negotiated this year. Everyone negotiated this year up from, well, not everyone. There's a couple of people whose last year's are correct to now, but we hired everyone this year and they all just negotiated their salary.
So I have the one that I sent you a little while ago. And then the other one that I came up with looks more like 10% raises. And I think that's like, I know you're trying to like make up for lost time, but if you're doing a little bit year over year, I think that's more palatable to a lot of people, rather than making these huge leaps. And I like all your points are taken. I don't think we need to reiterate those.
What are the actual numbers if you have them?
I had Sophia had you flat because I think having that position jump $27,000 and then $30,000 or $35,000. No, $30,000 through the course of like 11 months. I think that's really tough.
So flat at what, Councilman? What was the number?
125.
So that's no
what you got
raise.
here, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I had assistant corporate counsel an increase of $10,000. Then 10 and 10 for all your other legal, the attorney positions. 11,000 for the paralegal and 11,000 for the secretary.
Are you able to tell us like what that brings those to?
What the final salaries?
Yeah.
Okay, so corp counsel would be 125,000, 100,000 for first assistant corp counsel, and I'm reading that as a raise, but it might not be a raise from the budget.
No, that is $10,000 raise.
Okay, raise.
Okay. 90,000 for assistant corporation counsel, 90,000 for assistant corporation counsel code, 54,260 for the paralegal position, 46,592 for the secretary to corp counsel.
Okay, so that's extreme to me, and like I just like I can't even. That's extremely draft. We even what you sent over the weekend and what we counterposed.
Right, and I got a lot of feedback from folks, and I thought about it more, and I think a 10% raise in itself is very significant compared to what's been negotiated for other union members. And those are, I know it's not comparable, but it's like, that's what.
It's not comparable. And it's like different problems too. Like it's just not, we're talking about different things with that. And I like to keep corporation counsel's rate flat. I don't like other employees across City Hall, you talk about a morale issue, like they'll be getting raises. I don't know. I just like, that's an extremely important position. That's, those numbers are a problem, in my opinion.
I agree.
What was the, can we run through the original Hotchkiss?
The other one, that I put forward had corp counsel at 140, assistant corporate counsel at 115. And then it was 90,000 for assistant corporate counsel, 90,000 for the code corporate counsel, and 42,260 for paralegal, 44,592 for secretary.
From what I understand, there's no dispute over the secretary and paralegal increases. Correct?
Give them more.
There was a bump.
That would be great. I'm sure they would appreciate it. I mean, taking me out of it, my staff works really hard and they deserve these raises. And I know they look high, but I mean, your original proposal for a first assistant for 115 and then 95 for the 2 assistants brings them much farther on par with the county. So we don't risk losing people, so we can continue to maintain the high level of service. I mean, our office strives to get back to people within 24 hours to the extent that we can. We try to answer every phone call, every email, address every issue. And I can only do that if I have the staff for it. So, I mean, take me out of it, but I need to fight for my staff because they need to stay and they do a great job and they deserve these raises.
Like I would personally say, like, please don't take Sophie out of it because we're talking about retention. The office has never been shape it. Part of that is, yes, we're working to get the salaries to where they need to be, but it's the person that they're working for. And I think that needs to be considered. And whether or not she will say it, I worry about if we keep the department head salary flat like that, this is a retention question.
I would also look at it, I find it that Sophie being a leader, looking at it as if she's willing to sacrifice that and have her staff have the increase is much more accommodate more of a.
I think she's offered that, and I think that's an unfair ask, frankly. And I just feel like, you know, she's not going to say that, but I will.
I know, of course you would, but I find it more.
Her office is
more appealing to the fact that she's willing to be a leader.
Her office is
and sacrifice that.
I'll just say her office is on track to save the city over $300,000. So I think it's insane. I think it's insane to leave her out of a raise.
Councilman Costi, do you have any proposal or idea? I don't know where your head's at.
I thought the raises were fine. Leave them as they were.
I just want to point out too, like I got the indication that Councilman Dundon felt that way as well. And I believe he was the one that made the motion to cut that legal services line from the end fund that we just addressed. But his basis for that was because of these raises, it should help with retention. Corp counsel should be fully staffed. If that's not the case, like kind of everything in that picture should be rethought if that's the thinking.
I mean, I understand all those things and we can argue till 12 o'clock tonight. And I will just keep saying this. I think that they're doing an amazing job, but I don't think money will keep anybody anywhere. So it's not, money is not going to keep someone a place.
But I think a lack of money will push people out.
I mean, but we don't know, but I understand that, but we don't know that. Like, it's just one of those things where you don't know. And,
But are we going to roll the dice?
I mean, I don't know.
And there's lack of money for other people. And as much as we try for some that compares it to sit people in the city hall, there's people who want to leave anyway because they don't have the money. So, and try to compare it. So,
I don't know.
What are we saying?
I don't know. I think maybe everyone should get a raise, maybe 5%. But I don't, you know, I don't
That's,
know.
think, less than what Councilman Hotchkiss was proposing.
Well, I don't know. I mean, that's not my expertise. 5, 10, that's not my expertise. You know, I know other things, but that's not my expertise, but I just think that's pretty hard. I don't know. I don't know.
We'll have more information as the team's been there longer. That doesn't mean that we can't give a raise now. But I mean, we revisit this every year. So this is something we can do gradually.
Or the middle, or the mayor can use his pool.
Yeah, but then that affects other department heads. That affects other things.
I mean,
This
we
does too.
just spent $40,000 out of contingency to fund a vacant position. I'm asking you to give money to people that are here every day working hard to do their job.
They are too.
So well, there's nobody in the.
Yeah,
position.
but they're working hard too. So I think every single
And-
person works hard here.
And we approved,
understand
and we approved raises for them. And now
Yeah, we
you're,
did,
now you're
we did.
asking for, now you're
No,
asking
no.
for a flat for,
I'm not asking for anything. I'm just saying that every single person works hard. That's all.
I'm sure everybody does the best that they can, but I
Yeah.
know that my staff is here every day doing what they can to make sure that they make everybody at City Hall's lives easier and handle the risk and mitigate cost, risk, expense, answer questions, be available, be at meetings, you know. Again, I hear what's going on. And what I would say is this, I mean, my counter proposal would be, you can leave me and I will fight for my staff. I think you need to bring Bob up to at least 115 and both of the other attorneys up to 95. That still gives you the money that you want. It takes 30 grand out of what the proposed raise for me, 15 out of Bob, that's $45,000. That's more than you originally proposed cutting from it. And
I agree with that. That's fine, but I would just we cannot leave Corp Council flat. So council's got to address that in some way. Councilman Hotchkiss's initial proposal was 140,000. I came back and said 145, and what the mayor's proposing is 155. So I mean, it's got to be something within that range, but it can't stay flat.
I mean, it could, but you don't want it to.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah.
I think that would be detrimental to the city and the residents.
But
And
that
if we need to
addresses
talk
your
more
point.
about how this department affects the city and not just City Hall, but also the residents, what they do in terms of lockdown laws and code prosecutions and housing court, how they review every contract and protect the city from liability. I feel like we haven't talked a lot about that, but it's late and I don't want to be repetitive, but these are not just attorneys up on the 5th floor. They are delivering results for residents and they're deserving of these raises.
And Megan, I think we've made that point. I provided you with a list of the services that I provide. And if you think that that's not enough to justify retention of me and my staff, I'm just asking you to spare my staff to make sure that they get the raises that they're entitled to, even though they're lower than what I would like. And I really think that's all I can say at this point.
I'm getting close to maybe making a motion. Thinking about it here.
You are
Yeah, unless someone else is
on
gonna.
the spreadsheet?
The motion,
Can I work with you?
Well,
on it?
her falling on the sword.
I'm a night owl. I can stay here until 3 a.m. All right, I'll take a stab at it. I will make a motion. This is complicated.
I was say, hold up, Robert. Hold up, Robert. Before you're doing anything.
Okay. I make a motion to reduce corporation counsel from $155,000 to $135,000.
I like that.
First assistant corporation counsel from $130,000 to $115,000. Assistant corporation counsel from $95,000 to $92,000.
92.
Secretary from corporation counsel increased to $45,592. Risk assistant paralegal increase $1,000 to $53,260. And the assistant attorney for code prosecutions from 95 to 92,000.
You said 92, right?
Yes. Assuming you can read my chicken scratch.
Let me see your number.
Legal position open for 6 years.
130, 115.
This is a
95.
significant raise. I mean, percentage wise, it's a huge
And I
raise.
believe them to be significantly underpaid.
I would agree completely.
Yeah.
And the amount of work I mean, he shows up, he's there every day. He always comes to me when there's a problem, he has a solution ready. I mean, I think everybody's underpaid. I think I've made that point very clear, but I would completely agree that
The paralegal, at least, I think
55.
is really significantly underpaid. Even with the proposed raise, still underpaid. But again, I'd like a better study than we're able to have number access to. But based on the ballparking of it, even with this proposal from the mayor's office, the paralegal would, to my mind, still be underpaid based on the numbers I have access to.
You would?
Second.
Councilman Kavanaugh, you get to say discussion.
Motion by me, seconded by Councilman Costi. I think, yeah, there's nobody else over there. No, Councilman Costi. I just like to switch it up sometimes, can you? Motion or discussion on the motion.
I guess I would propose for the paralegal, a minimum of 55.
I will accept a friendly amendment to.
Okay, I would, motion to amend Councilman Kavanaugh's proposal to raise the paralegal position to 55,000.
I second.
So that's going to be an increase of $3,740.
Still likely underpaid.
740.
That's right, sorry, 2,740. That's amendments from me. Mr. Costi, would you still second?
It was a lot. It was a Lomney.
Okay, Olamni, Councilman Porter seconded my friendly amendment, but then the question is whether or not Costi
Still seconds?
still
Yeah.
seconds the original amendment now that it's amended.
Yes.
Okay, the amended motion is on the floor. Discussion.
I'm wondering, that's not how we were approaching trying to do the motions before.
I know.
Okay,
Call the question.
Councilman Costi has called the question. Will the clerk call the roll?
You agree?
Councilmember Porter. Councilmember Middleton.
Aye.
Council President Matavetsky.
Aye.
Councilmember Dundon is absent. Councilmember Costi.
Aye.
Councilmember Hotchkiss.
Aye.
Finance Chair Kavanaugh.
Aye.
That is 6-0.
Could I have a motion possibly on pages 29 and 30
I'll make the motion to move pages 29, 30.
as amended?
Amended.
As amended. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, motion by Councilman Costi, second by Council President Matavetsky. Will the clerk call the roll?
Councilmember Porter. Councilmember Middleton. Aye. Council President Matavetsky.
Aye.
Councilmember Dundon is absent. Councilmember Costi.
Aye.
Councilmember Hotchkiss.
Aye.
Finance Chair Kavanaugh.
Aye.
That's 6-0.
All right. What's next? No, we have finishing. 213 to 214.
Councilman, I have one last thing on the parking meter fees.
Oh, yeah, I didn't forget.
Okay.
Okay, so do I have a motion on the risk management budget? 213, 214. Workers' comp on 215. Can we do that earlier? I know, I lost. There it is. Two 214 is open, okay. So can I get a motion on 213 to 216?
I'll make the motion.
Motion to close 213 to 216 by Councilman Costi. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Councilman Middleton. Any discussion on the motion?
I'm a little bit confused about how we did the raises, since before it sounded like it was gonna, or how, how we did the raises before it sounded like it was gonna be complicated and we have to do motions across multiple pages.
I have a solution for that. The italics in the M fund, what we would ultimately do is change the percentage between the M fund and the A fund. Right now it's 50-50. I don't think there's any rule that says it has to be 50-50. So ultimately what we would do is change the percentage in the italic part in the M fund.
We'll make it all come out in the wash.
Everything's good.
All right. Anyway, we have a motion and a second and no discussion on the motion. We'll.
I don't
as
understand
amended-
how, no,
Oh, wait, sorry.
I don't know.
213 to 216.
I guess I'm still back on Hadassah's question, because it's just like, if we do the same reductions through the same type of motions for everything, I don't know why we're now able to just do the italics.
Yeah, so
It's,
after you proposed the cuts at the last meeting, finance was trying to figure out a solution for how to actually implement whatever salary changes you might make.
Did
The-
that
the,
affect the budget process as well?
Mhm.
Like,
The,
why can we do this now when we couldn't do it last meeting?
the management appointed and management tested positions that are specifically listed in the council charter are amendable line by line by council, unlike all the other italics in the budget.
Okay.
And I have multiple times that it has been done.
It's not that it couldn't
here.
be done last time. I mean, I just figured out a way to do it since the last meeting, and it's changing the percentages. I was thinking they had to stay 50-50, but I guess they don't have to. We can just change the percentages.
And it's
Okay.
absolutely what they've done in the past.
Yeah.
Is that satisfying? Okay. All right, back to 213 to 216. We're still discussing the motion to close those pages
Call the question.
as amended.
Questions?
All right.
called?
Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Porter. Councilmember Middleton.
Aye.
Council President Matavetsky.
Aye.
Councilmember Dunn is absent. Councilmember Costi.
Aye.
Councilmember Hotchkiss.
Aye.
Finance Chair Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Thank you. That's 6-0.
Two 18? So this is not a page that has anything to approve. It's just a list of pilots. That we had. 224, 225. All right, so this is the capital, which has to be approved as a whole, right? All right,
We have to vote on that one.
all right, so if we take a look at the capital projects on pages 224 and 225, we've gone through these department by department.
224 and 225.
Yes.
Use the bathroom.
We also did all of 225 technically when we closed the piece of the way Councilman Costi motioned the page earlier tonight. So we could reopen it for
I'd make a
reconsider.
motion to reopen 225, page 225.
Motion by Councilman Hotchkiss. Anyone second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Matavetsky. Clerk can call the roll unless there's discussion. I don't know. So there's discussion on the motion. All right. Why do you want to reopen it?
I don't want to open it. I have a issue with the $2 million that are proposed to be banded for demolitions.
It's actually not closed.
It's not closed? There's some discrepancy on whether or not this page is opened or closed.
Yeah.
So we're trying to open it to end that discrepancy.
I was seconding to allow
Thank
for
you.
discussion of it,
Thanks.
not necessarily a support of whatever is about to come out of your mouth, because I don't know what you're about to say. I just like to let people speak.
Noted.
So we need call the roll. We need 5, I think. Yes.
Councilmember Porter, Council President Matavetsky.
Aye.
Excuse me, Councilmember Middleton is absent. Councilmember Dunn is also absent. Councilmember Costi.
No.
Aye.
Finance Chair Kavanaugh.
Aye.
That is,
The page stays closed.
I mean,
Awesome. Oh.
Middleton will be back soon.
My issue is I think it's a preemptive to have the demolitions be budgeted for and bonded for. I think the project is kind of in its infancy. We don't have ownership yet. We haven't paid for it yet. I don't know where we are in the legal process. I haven't been privy to that information. I reached out and tried to get an update. Didn't get a response. So I think this is
Who did you reach out to, Councilman?
the attorneys at Harris Beach.
You could just reach out to us.
I get
I don't think there is an update. We're waiting for the appraisal to come back. We'll have title to it next year from everything that we can tell.
okay. But we don't have an appraisal amount, so we don't know how that factors into the project.
Yeah, I think we're very close to the finish line, but we're not over it yet. But we fully anticipate the city having ownership of the property next year.
Right. And then I think if we get ownership, there's still the question of moving businesses out before demolition and trying to work with them the best that we can. And I think in my mind, the future development plans should be kind of in place, or an RFP should be put out before we demolish. So there's a chance at incorporating existing structures that are salvageable. That's kind of where I stand on it, and that might lead to a lower demolition cost. But I think this is putting the cart in front of the horse by preparing to borrow money.
I also take your point, Councilman Hotchkiss, on putting the cart before the horse. I think we don't have a price on the Binghamton Plaza yet, so I don't know, and we have to figure out where that money would come from potentially to actually buy it. On the other hand, this is basically it's a placeholder. I mean, we won't use this until until the purchase actually would happen, and we would actually be considering demolishing it, and we don't have to actually we can have this discussion again during ban and bond time if it's even done in time for that. So I think these are all discussions we should have, and I agree with you. I don't have any desire to die on this hill tonight. So, right. So since 225 isn't even open, we can go back to 24. Does anyone have any questions or other changes or anything to 224? We have a motion to close 224.
Make the motion.
Thank you. Second? Seconded by, all right, motion to close 224 by Councilman Costi, seconded by Councilwoman Matavetsky. Would the clerk take the roll, please?
Councilmember Porter. Councilmember Middleton.
Aye.
Council President Matavetsky.
Aye.
Councilmember Dunn is absent. Councilmember Costi.
Aye.
Councilmember Hotchkiss.
Aye.
Finance Chair Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Thank you. That is 6-0.
Qu'est-ce que c'est le prochain point?
So on 228, all the individual departments are closed except for the Corporation Council notary fee and the treasurer's return check fee are both still open.
Okay, so we wanted to change the return check fee to a returned item. I don't know why we didn't close the, oh, we just didn't close notary because we were doing
I don't-
stuff. Oh,
We didn't do it because the charter says we can only collect it on return checks.
oh, right. So there's an RL now that's down to do it.
There is.
It appeared.
We
right.
received that
All right.
yesterday.
I do want to reopen my brilliant idea on parking meter money was not so brilliant. I will admit it, at least not this year. So a lot of people, Deputy Mayor, do you have the page number for the parking fee?
Well, do you want 228, you still need to close Corporation Council, Finance and Treasurers. Those individual departments were not voted on. It was only police and engineering.
Oh, all right.
Civil service. So those 3 lines have to be voted on.
Yeah, can I do it? Oh, no, we got to reopen the
Well,
first.
just if you
Never
want
mind.
to go page by page.
All right, sounds good. All right, so do we have a motion to close the Corporation Council?
Your fees is on page 228. I thought that's what you're asking. It's all on the same page.
Oh, good. We'll do the whole page then. Okay. Where is it? Parking meter, it's police, parking meter fees. Okay, so I guess we'd like to motion to reopen the police items on page 228.
Second.
Second, motion by me, second by Councilman Costi. Would the clerk call the roll, please?
Councilmember Porter. Councilmember Middleton.
Aye.
Council President Avetsky.
Aye.
Councilmember Dunn is absent. Councilmember Costi.
Aye.
Councilmember Hotchkiss.
Aye.
Finance Chair Kavanaugh.
Aye. Okay. So I would like to make a motion to change the parking meter fee line back to the original proposed 75 cents per hour from 80 cents. A lot of people apparently still use
Hour.
per half hour, yes. Quarters in the kiosks. And they're programmed to do it only by the half hour. So
Second.
other municipalities have the app that you can go by 5 and 15 minutes and we don't. So it doesn't make sense to go to 80 cents. So that's my motion. Seconded by Councilman Costi. Any discussion on the motion?
No.
Would the clerk call the roll? Yes,
Just switching it back from 80 to 75.
back to
Yeah.
75
Yeah.
cents, half hour.
Yeah, lowering it.
No, it was.
Yeah, it was changed.
It was changed.
Changed. It was changed.
I thought I had a cool idea. I didn't.
We voted on it. Yeah, we voted. Yeah, you gotta vote on.
Aye.
Councilmember Porter. Would you mind voting into the mic, ups?
Oh,
I can always get you a new mic.
All right, come on, let's bring.
Hi,
some physical
Councilmember
planning, you
Middleton.
guys.
aye, please.
Council President Matavetsky. Councilmember Dunn is absent. Councilmember Costi.
Aye.
Councilmember Hotchkiss.
Aye.
Finance Chair Kavanaugh.
Aye,
Thank you. That is 6-0.
okay. Yep. So I'll make a motion to pass and close the Corporation Council items, which is notary fee, and the treasure item, which is the return check fee.
Second.
Second. Oh,
We did, I think, but we, just for the sake of completeness, all right, well, also, just in case, amend that motion to also close the finance item.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Will the clerk call the roll? Oh,
Did we ever figure out if Corporation Council actually knows how to collect the notary fee?
I think we can discuss that another day, maybe, please. Okay.
Councilmember Porter.
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton. Council President Matavetsky.
Aye.
Councilmember Dunn is absent. Councilmember Costi.
Aye.
Councilmember Hotchkiss.
Wait, what was the motion?
Closing the clerk, I'm sorry, the treasurer fee, the corporation council fee, and the finance office fees.
Aye.
Finance Chair Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Thank you. That's 6-0.
All right. So now what? Do we do the whole fee section? Yes. Thanks. Did we not do this one, just clerk?
Vital statistics?
Yeah.
Oh, we still have to.
Yeah.
Mark to open.
Okay. So that's 220. What? Okay, all right. So we have to close the vital statistics fees on page 229. There's 3 of them, yes. Birth certificate, death certificate, and genealogical search. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you.
Second.
Motion by Councilwoman Middleton, second by Councilman Costi. Any discussion on the motion? Would the clerk call the roll?
Councilmember Porter.
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton.
Aye.
Council President Matavetsky.
Aye.
Councilmember Dunn is absent. Councilmember Costi.
Aye.
Councilmember Hotchkiss.
Aye.
Finance Chair Kavanaugh.
Aye.
6-0.
Okay. We did all the refuse except. Oh, because we did this page except that and didn't. So we just literally that. Okay. All right. So move to close the on top of page 230, the refuse materials. And that's actually a list that's somewhere that we passed earlier this year. And then the 10 parks and recreation items on 230. Yes.
Second.
Thank you. Motion by me, seconded by Councilman Costi. Any discussion? Yeah,
Some parks.
the parks items on 230 and the one refuse thing that we neglected on the top of 230. I made the motion, Councilman Costi seconded. No discussion. Will the clerk take the roll, please?
Councilmember Porter. It is the fees on page 230 for refuse and parks. It's the top.
It's at the top.
There's a materials fee, a tennis open fee. a
Yeah,
season- yeah.
yeah, it's right here, but
We're just approving.
We're just approving it.
We just, we missed catching those earlier when we had, when we did all the other refuse ones, because it's just straggling on the next page. And then, Parks and Rec ones, we just missed when we had parks here.
okay, all right.
Aye.
Aye.
Matavetsky.
Aye.
Member Costi.
Aye.
Councilmember Hotchkiss.
Aye.
Chair Kavanaugh.
Aye.
6-0. Thanks.
Oh, as a whole. Okay, so we've gone through the entire fee schedule now, department by department. Now we are required to adopt it as a whole. So this is Appendix C, the 2025 city fee schedule, which is on page 227 to 234. Would somebody like to motion to pass the whole darn thing, please?
I want to say
Oh.
something first.
Yeah, Councilman Hotchkiss.
I thought we had on 228, there was the 2 police lines for the fines. At the top of the page, 228. We might have closed those, but Megan got me the percentages that I was interested in, about.
Who pays what when?
Yep, and 52% of meter tickets are paid early. So that's if you pay in 2 days, you can get a discount on the fine. I think it's okay for the meter fines, but the time zone and alternate street parking where it's at 40, that's still kind of I don't know. That's kind of a big hit compared to 30. And I'm thinking about changing it.
Okay, so we would need to motion to reconsider the police items on page 228.
What line? The meter fine?
No,
The alternate time zones.
alternate time.
Yeah, and so people are gonna get ticketed more because we have that extra position, so I don't think that's gonna affect any revenues that might be dependent on this too drastically. So I'm gonna make a motion to reconsider the police line
Can I ask a question
on
before?
page 228. What?
I just wanted to ask Chuck, do you know how much we like gain in revenue from the line?
Which one, the metered one
Yeah.
or the alternate site parking?
The
line?
alternate.
They all go into one, the police
Huh.
fees line. I'm not sure what the total budget is. But alternate site parking, that's an important one because that affects no plowing.
Yeah, that's
So
what I thought.
getting people to,
Snow plowing, fire truck
Fire trucks,
access,
yeah.
yes,
like.
that is
that's
very
a
important.
real
Yeah,
safety
that's-
issue.
yeah.
People do not follow that.
They
for
don't, yeah.
elections. And they do pretty good enforcement in the month of December to enforce compliance. So it's a good revenue for the end of the year.
Okay.
Anyway, motion to reconsider by.
Motion to reconsider the police line on page 228. It's Article 3A time zones alternate street.
Motion by Councilman Hotchkiss. Is there a second? There is no second. The motion fails.
Sorry.
Had to try.
It's a good.
It's a good
Anyway, Is
argument.
there another motion on the table?
Motion to close pages 227 through 234 as amended.
Thank you. Motion by Councilman Costa to close pages 227 to 234 as amended. Is there a second?
Again,
Seconded by Council President Matavetsky. Any discussion? Absolutely not. Great. Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Porter,
Aye.
Councilmember
Aye.
Middleton, Council President Matavetsky,
aye.
Councilmember Dunn is absent, Councilmember Costi.
Aye.
Councilmember Hotchkiss.
Aye.
Finance Chair Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Thank you. It's 6-0.
Yeah.
Page.
Whole thing now, or do we have to do? What? We're done? All right, with the whole thing on Wednesday. We don't do the whole thing now. Okay. Oh, yeah, it's gotta be done at business meeting, right? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, my fellow beings, we have been through a journey in the last few weeks. It's been, I think, educational for all of us in a lot of ways. I think we've made it through the process. We've landed this battered bird of a budget a little bit here. I thank you all for everyone's attention and hard work. And I wish you all good evening. See you on Wednesday. Don't forget to sign up the budget. Good night.
Motion to adjourn.
Oh, yeah. Forgot that. Mike.
And
Second. All in favor of
Aye.
adjournment?
Aye.
Any opposed? No.